Jeremy Murphy. I'm in Laughlin, Nevada. Yes, Laughlin, Nevada, not Nebraska. I know it sounds strange, but I do once in a while. I had a good reason, of course. I came to Laughlin, Nevada to run the Laughlin Half Marathon. It's the first year that they've had this race here, and entry in a Twitter contest. I apparently had some very good run chat hunt pictures or hunt or something, and so I was selected to get a free race entry, and they're paying for my hotel, Edgewater Casino Hotel. So that's been good to run a race that's never been run before, experience hills unlike many that we have in Nebraska, see a different climate, palm, beautiful area, very excited to be here and experience. So that was a good experience. And I just wanted to take an opportunity today. It happens to be my 100 days on Blab metric, and according to another, it says day 99. So I had to make an executive decision. And I decided 100 days first, I was going to respect that because Blab isn't going to give me the wrong day. But mobile says, I think day 100, and the other one says day 99. So one of them is a day off. But I figure the first one has to be right. No, and then not no. But anyway, the race was the half marathon that I ran today. It was interesting because we ran into Arizona, so 2 states, 2 time zones, and it was just it was fascinating to have time zone confusion, and that even extended to this Blab. One form of Blab said this started at 2 o'clock Nevada time. Another one said it started at 3. So I decided to split the difference, started somewhere between the two, and hopefully everybody's happy with that. So, but I wanted to talk a little bit about what's happened this 100 days on Blab and how I feel that it's changed everything in a lot of respects. So, days ago, I was kind of looking for a platform, an opportunity to network with people. Some might say networking is perhaps netfinding is a better description. But I found that through this platform, I found there was a lot of honesty, authenticity, integrity. I found people of common interests that I had, and some of them have been very instrumental to helping me in my life. And I try to offer them the same help. So I think it just, we could share such common interests on topics from, anything from, Stoicism is one that has resonated on this platform. I did a Blab on Stoicism, and I just could not believe the response from people. It resonated. People asked me to do more of that. So that's a topic I'm going to be talking about more. There are reasons for that. I was a philosophy major, so I dealt with Stoicism a lot when I was younger. And I also came back to it recently when I started, when I lost my job last year, I had to look at things differently. I had to shift my perspective in a significant way. And I was unable to do that without finding something like Stoicism that allowed me to just settle down, calm down, slow down. I'm one of those type A personalities that like to hurry through life and do things well, but frequently do them too quickly. And so Stoicism is one topic that has resonated. There have been all kinds of people that have been talking about masterminds and things like that. So I've taken particular interest in that. Wonderful discussions of books, ideas, big ideas. And this platform really lends itself to what I would call mutual education. Some people call it Frienducation, where friends educate each other on certain topics that we know about, and in exchange, other friends tell us about things, teach us about things they know about. And with the interaction that we have, we get to meet people from all over the world. I think it's exciting that a lot of the people that I've met on Blab have been just from, I haven't counted how many continents. I meant to check on how many continents. I know it isn't all 7, but maybe at least, and sometimes the locations people pop on from surprises me. I'll find, new friends in Ghana. Surprising to have a bunch of Irish people hop on to Blabs that I might be hosting. I mean, with a name like Murphy, Irish people tend to stick together, support each other. So, but friends in the UK, some friends that I've had contact with another planet are here because you have the digital eyeballs effect. You have you can person's reaction in a lot of cases, assuming that they have good enough internet connection, which sometimes that's an issue. And, you can't always be in a perfect internet zone. And yes, Blabs and betas and, certain things as simple as, oh, we need that arrow back that allows us to reply to people instead of having and wonder if it's different than their name or not. And I don't know, they changed something on the comment section. So when you type things in, sometimes it just seems to mess things up. But anyway, so I've formed all these new associations, and just the impact that these people have had upon spurring my creativity, it's just been amazing. I can't even, you just see the, I don't know, the flowering I think you would have, and then you get other people watering those ideas, fertilizing those ideas, making them grow further. It's just a very exciting time that we can all share ideas through this platform, education, working a common interest. For me, positivity is a big issue. I'm the creator of the Positivity Patrol, and that can be found at positivitypatrol.com. Excuse me. I'm writing a book called The Positivity Patrol. And so it's been exciting to me to network with other authors, figure out how to write a book, how not to write a book, what the best processes are for that topic. There are people never would have met if I hadn't discovered this platform. And I wonder which directions my life would be going if I had not met them. It just seems like you're in the right place at the right time. You have the same or common interests, issues of common concern. I mentioned the positivity issue. There are people that are trying to spread positivity around the world, and maybe I don't know, calling their mission something slightly different, but I can tell that their mission is similar in that we're trying to deal with negativity, anxiety, to deal with them holistically, and not to put the whole burden on the medical system, which cannot handle the the demand upon it if all those people went to look for services at the same time. So that's something that I would mention. The hosting and co-hosting of Blab really been exciting for me because it's moving down a direction towards podcasting. I've always wanted to have a podcast. I thought it would be a running podcast, and now my life seems to be moving in slightly a different direction. It may, the first podcast that I might be doing might be something closer to with personal development and positivity woven into it, kind of more of a life coaching podcast with someone else. So, that's exciting. And I it's gotten me a lot more comfortable in front of the mic. I'm really grateful to the people that originally used this platform. I know Elaine Nieberding, my friend from Google Plus, first test Blab and, making sure this lighting was correct. I know I was pointing the camera at myself in front of triple pane windows and didn't realize that would make me look like a dark, although that might be artistic in other ways for impressionists, or that's not really something you want to do a Blab. That people really want to be able to, if that's possible, or hear you if they can't see you, and that's why the Blab's made me aware that we teach and learn in different ways. We teach visually, we teach through and also kinesthetically, things we can touch. And people are different styles of learners, and so it's very common people not to maybe have some people are dominant in one, and the other one, others are kind of spread out between the three. So it's just been interesting to me to have contact with some people that are not maybe active in the other elements, but really strong in the visual, or in the auditory teaching or learning. And I'm an auditor, and then visual, and then kinesthetic after that. So, being a musician, the auditory nature of something that I think about a lot. I love art. It's very powerful for me. Things like Monet paintings just speak volumes. Van Gogh, same thing. Renoir, Rembrandt, can go down the list. The French Impressionists, and that crosses Debussy, over to Claude Debussy and others, Ravel. And so the intermixing of the visual and auditory in music, and it's also something we need to think about here, because the people that we're communicating with, a lot of them will communicate primarily by one of these means, or maybe two, might be more of a weakness. And so if you're strong in teaching kinesthetically, and you're teaching it to people that are that up, that are trying to make that more of a strength, that you have great value in this platform to them in a powerful way, and then be able to keep that going for then you maybe have taught others at such a level but I think if we can all learn to teach and or learn all three ways, I think we're more well-rounded to the future. There's a lot of disruptive innovation that Blab is a good example of. And I think technology is going to explode in the coming, and I think particularly on Blab, I think there's a lot of cutting edge things going on and that are coming that when they will transform and raise the bar on what is thought to be a high quality program, and what is involved, and how much interaction, and having preparing show cards for your Blab instead of just using your picture. Now, it takes some work, and I need to, maybe at least for my life coaching Blabs. For my running one, my runners have identified with. In fact, they've even identify with the color of my shirt that I'm wearing after my 50K race. I'm a little bit afraid to change my picture for that reason. In fact, my wife told me, you better not change your picture, at least not with the runners, if they're already identifying with that and that means something to them. The reason for that is, of course, some of you may not know this, but there's a group called the Marathon Maniacs, and they wear yellow shirts. And so when runners, they think that, oh, you must be, are you a marathon maniac? And that was just a 50K participant finisher shirt. It happens to be golden, the Nebraska state flower. See, now you learned something. You didn't know that. And you can teach me something that I don't know. I'm learning all kinds of things about Nevada I didn't know. And I still don't know a lot about Las Vegas. It seems like every time I go through there, I'm just passing through. And even coming here from Nebraska, flying from Omaha, I flew to Vegas and knew it took a while to drive here to Laughlin, which is about 95 miles away. Laughlin is in southern Nevada, close to the California border. And, I knew I had to get here. I didn't want to be getting here after dark because I knew there were a lot of twists and turns and very hilly that I should have paid more attention to before the race. But I realized when I ran the half marathon today that that I had declined on going down, coming here from that we were running on some of those. And some of them were steep. There were some 5 to 6% grades that I remember. So, what do I do? I after losing my job I was working for a nonprofit. I'm an attorney. I've been an attorney for 22 years. I decided I wanted to go a different direction. I wanted to become a life coach, a running coach, training for health coach certification right now. So I should have the health coach certification by the end of the year. I'm doing nutrition consulting. We're interested in how can we holistically improve our health? How can we take steps to improve our lives without requiring by doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and I love what these people do in the healthcare system. My wife is a pharmacist. Unless something's wrong with us, we shouldn't have to go to the doctor every day. We want to be able to manage ourselves, and if we make smart, healthy decisions, hopefully more people can improve their lives and move away from chronic disease, which I've dealt with myself as an asthmatic 79. So really I'm just really excited about meeting people from all over the world and finding that some of them have me on positivity, life coaching, spreading peace, goodwill, and diplomacy around the world. Music, common interest in music, philosophy. I do love to debate, but I'm trying to resist doing that on Blab as much as possible. As an attorney, we're we try to keep it, on the safe side with our families and friends who don't want to be blowing things out of proportion and fighting over everything. So anyway, a lot of the people that I've met on Blab, I've also connected with them on Twitter and other platforms. And we've just started looking at how can we work together? What do we have in common? That's where we should start with anyone, to really get to know them as a person, to figure out who they are, why they do what they do, what their mission in life is, and how can we serve each other? Not just how can we help each other, how can we serve each other? And if we're serving each other, and it makes it more powerful as far as really being able to take, help other people get to points that they perhaps could not imagine, to find dreams and goals they could not have imagined, but for the illumination we're able to help provide to them. I think if we start with that and look at what we have in common together as best we can, and realize we're going to have differences, but we shouldn't allow those that divide us, understanding that all of us may have principles that perhaps can't be compromised and maybe shouldn't be compromised on everything. But I do think that sometimes we need to compromise more. We need to talk and communicate more and at a deeper level, and not just on the surface of attention to each other, and not really paying attention, just kind of thinking of, oh, what are we going to say next? What do we have to do tomorrow? What's our to-do list say? And distracted. And that's something that I've tried to be more mindful of the present moment. I'm trying to detach from the past as much as possible, to the extent that it's painful or negative, to not get so afraid of seeing the present. But if we focus on that present moment, we really can do some really powerful things. And if we help other people focus on those present moments, then people are suddenly self-aware. And if people are aware, conscious of what we're doing, instead of being subconscious or unconscious or asleep or unplugged from our lives, there are too many people living that way. So I think we should go wake each other up. And I'm going to ask some of you to do that for me. If you notice that I'm living in the past or fearing the future, you to tell me that. And I would do the same for you, to gently and kindly tell you that sometimes you have to let things go, that we can only carry one carry-on bag through life, is what my friend Tim Fargo says. And that was very powerful to me, because suddenly you realize you're carrying all these burdens and fears and bad memories and things like that around in life. And why? Why do we do that? We don't have to do that. We can let all of that go and just use one small compartment for that which we must retain, and realize we got to make room in our minds for having memories of other things. We can't just all this chaos and destruction and negativity, and we have to let that go. So one carry-on bag through life, Tim Fargo. You can look him up on Twitter. He's a person. He runs the tweet jukebox that some of you might have. I use that tool on Twitter, and his story is amazing. He was facing bankruptcy and financial ruin, and suddenly he was able to turn it around, and in a process. And he just has such abundance in his vision on how to help people with managing their. I mean, that is if you're serious about Twitter, you're spending a lot of time on your Twitter account trying to engage with people and keep track of responding to them. And so Tim has helped people do that through tweet jukebox that you can set up. I wanted to tell you his story of, of everyone going down to one carry of troubles that you're allowed to carry with you. I think if we do that, it just liberates us, and then we're not stuck in the past. We're not stuck in the quicksand. We're able to walk or run into the future. Hopefully we're able to run into the future. We can at least walk and pick up the pace as we're able to. So let's see, I want to welcome a couple people who've joined me. Let's see, Carla, Mercedes, Walter, and Jakaus. I'm trying to keep up with everyone as they come in, falling behind on that. They're just, sometimes you get on a roll and you forget to notice someone. So if I've forgotten to recognize you, I apologize. But today is my 100 days on Blab. So I'm just talking about how Blab has changed my life and how I expect it to change it in the future. Let me explain what I'm doing here on Blab. With my work with the Positivity Patrol, I'm creating multimedia topical material that people can look at, peruse at their leisure, listen to. Maybe it's helpful. Maybe you find a couple of nuggets in a couple of those blabs that might be helpful to you. Some of those are problem-solving ones. One of them dealt with intuition is really one of my strengths. That was one of the longer ones that I had. We had a fantastic one on patience that was co-hosted by my friend Hatran. Let's see, I told you about the Stoicism one. You can't see me. If you can't see me, I'm sorry, I'm on hotel Wi-Fi, so I have no other way to connect unless I go to mobile, and if I do that, you're going to lose me. So I will keep talking. I saw looked like the screen slowed down, so now it looks like it's okay. Maybe I'll close a couple of my other windows here and see if that helps. Sometimes if you get too many tabs open, just like if you have too many tabs open in our brain, you got to close some of the tabs, because if you don't, you know what happens? Our brains can explode. Not literally, but potentially. I am in Laughlin, Nevada. My back looks like it. I'm in Laughlin, Nevada, about 95 miles from Las Vegas. I'm on what we call a racecation. It's like a runner's version of a race and a vacation. It's a word that we runners made up. But of course, as a running coach, I am trying to connect with runners here that I might be able to help with training and such. So maybe a portion of it may become partially written off as a business trip. But primarily, it's a vacation. I won a race entry to the Run Laughlin half marathon here. So I ran that this morning and just decided, well, it's my 100 days on Blab. I can either do this in the hotel room and depend on the Wi-Fi, or try to do it at home and have the dog come in every 5 minutes or something like that, or 10. The dog likes to come say hi on Blab, and those of you with pets know what I'm talking about. I do want to, I do want to welcome Charlene. I see that she was here and she left. Want to thank you for joining us. But the topics that I'm putting up on Blab, I'm trying to make sure that they're meaningful, helpful, productive, fruitful, informative. I'm here to educate people to the extent that I can, but I'm also here to learn. I want to learn as much as anyone, and I recognize that even with a history and philosophy degree and a law degree and an education, the running coach education I have, the health coach certification education I'm receiving, I'm realizing there are a lot of other, I can learn a lot more. And I think all of us can, especially if we let go of negative things. So much expansive capacity to absorb abundant knowledge. Do you realize that? Do you realize how powerful that is and how that can change the path of your life? You can think you're going this direction and that you're hitting a brick wall, and then you realize that you're headed a completely different direction. and you see such abundance and brilliance. And I'm touched with the generosity of people here on Blab, in how understanding they are, and how they people seem to be here to be helping others for the most part. Not entirely, but there are aberrations to almost every rule. Not everyone, maybe a couple that there aren't, but people are so generous and caring here, and it's just given me a much broader vision of the world, in bringing peace to different parts of the world, and bringing goodwill, understanding, laughter, positivities, literacy. A lot of us are struggling with literacy as writers. Not so much in writing per se, but in writing the very highest quality content that we can to get a book published, or multiple books published, or blogs, or there are people on here that are extremely creative, producing daily internet newspapers, and I don't know where all these people find the time to do it, but they do, and they do it out of their own heart and their goodwill to help people learn something powerful that could really help transform. So that's something I think we need to all pay attention to each other, how we can work together cooperatively. And that's something that I'll share something. I went home for Thanksgiving, and we've never done this at home, but a gratitude tree. And so each family member had to write something that we were grateful for on a piece of paper, on a small tree, which really just looked like a kind of a Charlie Brown style tree with branches. But anyways, reading all those and hearing them from the kids, and then we had to try to guess who wrote which one. And you've got to be careful, because you may not want to give that away with your handwriting, which one you wrote, or you might, maybe you don't care. But so I decided, well, I'm gonna print mine, because if I write it handwriting, and they can tell from 2 or 3 letters that it's me. So cooperation makes miracles happen, and I've been seeing this in a powerful way, and I'm amazed at when you start cooperating with people on different things, at how your creativity jumps, and you get all these ideas, and then you can't even get them down quickly enough sometimes, so you have to find a way to record them. And I don't know, I mean, it's even to a point where some of the creative ideas you realize aren't high enough quality creative ideas to pursue just yet, because they're kind of back burner creative ideas. But that gives us all kinds of things but we have to be able to prioritize which ones are essential. And I've been dealing with Greg's of essentialism lately, in trying to focus more. I'm a recovering multitasker. Are any of you multitaskers? If you are, let me know. I welcome. Oh, who's joined us? Robin, Elaine, welcome. And I don't know how to pronounce the other one. Is it Kai or Psyche? But joining me today happens to be my 100 days on Blab. So I'm talking about how that has changed my life, and perhaps you can tell me how it's changed yours. You want to welcome any of you that might want to jump into a seat. You're welcome to do that. I think I'm dealing with hotel Wi-Fi too. So if I vanish occasionally, it's not because I do so. It's because the hotel Wi-Fi in Laughlin, Nevada is not at the level of maybe Las Vegas, perhaps. I know I've vanished at least once. Not happening more, but if it does, it does. If it does, I'll just tell you that I'm move the MacBook Pro to the window to show you the Nevada mountains or something like that. So let's see. Robin has a question. Does listening to Blab while working my blog at the same time count as multitasking? That's a good question. I would say maybe, but it depends on if topic or not. If it is the same topic, then I think you could say it's just tasking. It's a different topic though, then I think so it depends on the context. I hate to use we as lawyers, that's usually the answer we're asked, or that's our reputation, and that's not true. That's a but legal answer to give. So anyway, I'm excited with what I've seen. Just some people that I didn't know, even less than 100 days, have become some of my closest friends. When I lost my job last, there were some people that disappeared from my inner circles, and I'm not sure where they were. And maybe that's a good thing, maybe that's a bad thing. I mean, sometimes people are with us for a season, and some are maybe with us for less than that. It just kind of depends on the circumstances. So excited to say that with this platform and others, but primarily with Blab, I found some people to fill those vacancies in the inner circle. That those people are people that I know, like, and trust, and they're people that know, like, and trust me. And it gets so easy in life to sometimes there are people that we know and like, but we don't trust them, or we know them, but we're not sure if we like them, and maybe we trust them, maybe we don't. It's become a big one for me because I'm an honest person, always have been, and so it's a fundamental truth. So it's something that has to be a part of what I'm doing, and part of where I'm going. So that's something I require of people that I am going to put in that inner circle. Hey, Walter, how are you?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing well.
Okay. It is that you're only voice now, but that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm dealing with hope. I'm not trying to. In fact, I don't even. I know the instructions on how to shut it off, but
well, if you make me a host and go out and come in, it might work. That's the game.
Okay. Let's see. Am I still just
you just
audio?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if we can figure out. I know how to do that. All right. Did it show up on your end?
I don't see anything different.
It showed up here.
All right. So
okay.
Try it. I'm here. So.
All right. I made you co-host. I'm just going to try to refresh.
Okay. I'm still here, and everyone, hold on. Let's take a deep breath. And it says over here we have someone who is brand new to Blab, their first day, Saik Lorty. Welcome to Blab. This is your first day, so you have plenty of time to learn and experiment and make mistakes and watch things go out and in, because we're still in beta. Remember that, everyone. And I don't see anyone trying to get in, so maybe he doesn't have any connection at all. But that's okay. Let me see. Most of the time I'm always working on my art when I get into Blab, because that's the way I am. I like to do my work all the time as much as possible, because when I go outside and hand out my cards or whatever, I can't work then. And okay, when here in front of a computer, that's where the work is. Okay, and let me see. Here he comes. Here he comes now. I guess he's just entering. I don't have any means. It doesn't ask me to let you in. So, Jeremy, you're on your own. Okay. Does anyone else want to come in and talk to me? You're welcome to it. We can talk about anything right now at this moment because I don't know how many days I've been on Blab. And I couldn't tell you what's changed because of what. Because, of course, I changed having interactions with people here, but I interact with people all over in the world. I give out my cards in the streets of Manhattan. Today I had a grand time. I met some people from Canada again. I'm meeting a lot of people in Canada. They must be hanging out in New York for a while. And it doesn't make any sense. Okay. So, and then I was in a restaurant. I actually went in and bought some apple pie and milk. Yeah, there's a speaker, a microphone here. I bought some apple pie and milk, and the lady thought I wanted to go out with it, and I didn't know that there was seating with, service or whatever. Well, then I paid for my food, and I said, "Can I sit down in the chairs?" He said, "Well, you had to go ask permission," and they let me sit down, and then I ended up talking to a lot of people along the way, and I was right in a situation where the people that I got the food to go, they had to pick up their napkins and forks, and just as each person came over, I give them my card, and I had some nice introductions to people just like that. So I consider my handing out my cards the original official social media in the entire world. I've given out over 5 million cards, and I love to do that. Now, let me see. I'm supposed to read this stuff here on the side. Okay. Try closing your browser. Oh, that's all for Jeremy. 100 days. I don't know how many days I've been here. So you call for He's the host, and how can I help him get in? I don't know. You can always go to another Belabosphere. Who else has been here at least 100 days? I don't know. I'll check. I can open another window and try and check that way. Okay, it says profile. Well, there's a lot of things here, but doesn't tell me how many days yet. Profile, maybe that's it. Profile. No. Blab updates. All these different things, but it doesn't tell me how to answer your question. Oh, 101 days. Oh, I missed it by 1 day. Otherwise, I could have said 100 days. Yeah. Sorry. So that's number 22. Working on this here. Look at that. You showed up again.
Okay. Now,
how did you do it? How did you do it? What were you up to while you were gone?
It was magic.
So you asked who else has been here. I'm here 101 days, so one more day to hear.
Okay.
I just
cool.
I didn't know how to find it, but then I kept on playing and I found it.
Well, you should have a retroactive 100-day show then, Walter.
Do I have to?
Well, yeah, or you wait till 200 or 300 or something. Pick a number you like.
I don't like celebrations like that. I mean, it's bad enough we have to do birthdays.
Well, it at least allows us to, to connect with people, and I don't know, they tend to get a lot of eyeballs. I like that a lot of people like to come in these and just say hi or thank you or something like that. And I mean, that's partly what I wanted to do, is to thank all the people that have helped me on this platform. That's a big, it's a big thing to be able to have that.
Well, now that you're here in visual, I can do a tweet with both of us in it. So that's the thing.
Okay.
That's the value of you showing your face. And
I did make Carla a co-host just as Asian. Sometimes it's a good idea if you tend to lose with the co-host. You want somebody else to at least be able to keep the Blab open. And Carla, I don't know how long you can stay, but I at least wanted to try to keep that capacity open. So. Yes, and hi, Kevin. And Carla's coming in.
I hope she makes us laugh.
So she thinks I'm not smiling enough. Hey, Carla, how are you?
That. You got to start smiling. So am I going to be the co-host?
I did that just as a precaution, because sometimes, like with my hotel Wi-Fi, I mean, any of us could lose our connection at any time. And I don't know, it just seems to be a wise thing to do, especially to, at least make sure that someone can keep it open.
If you're concerned about continuing the Blab, sometimes there's not that many people, and it's just okay.
That's true.
To let it go.
Yeah, and sometimes you reach a point where you feel like you up too. So yeah,
it is more difficult, much more difficult when it's just one person, and you don't have like the personality of an official podcast schedule and what you're going to say, and then you're kind of like floundering it, and you're not sure what to say, and they're trying to read whatever people's talking about at the same time. So that's why I came in. So maybe it'll be easier. Maybe it'll be easier if you wanted to talk while I'm here, because then you have someone that, as my friend said to me last night, bounce things off.
Right.
Someone to
bounce things off. One thing that I don't like about Blab is when people talk about stuff they don't know and trying to pretend that they know.
That happens all over.
So I'm going to ask all of you, just stick to tell us what you know, because then we're being authentic. Then we know who you are, what you do it, and it makes for a more powerful connection if we're not being pretentious and just pretending we know something for the sake of conducting a Blab about nothing. Because if you don't know what it's about, it's about nothing.
Well, there's something else. There's something else that happens sometimes, and in different people's lives, whether you understand it or not, or whether anyone understands it or not, people believe certain things, and according to other people, they don't know anything, maybe. Mm-hmm. But if a person believes something and they function on that belief, that's good enough for them. And you don't want to really take that away from anyone either. Yes, it's okay, and it's wonderful for people to learn if that's the direction that they want to. But at the same time, there are people who are very happy where they are and don't want or need to go beyond the competency or the look. Take, for example, Warren Buffett. Now, Bill Gates, who's friends with Warren Buffett, I don't know if you know about that or not. And actually, Gates is on the. We don't hear you, Jeremy. You just have only poor internet signal. So
No. Okay.
Go ahead. I just
Hear him. I'm having no problem hearing you. I just can't see you.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
Well, you know what? That's going to happen. This hotel I'm staying on. I don't want to do this on mobile. This is Blab I want to have on mobile. So if I fade from your view, just understand it's because of hotel Wi-Fi in Laughlin, Nevada, and they need faster speeds. They need Las Vegas, Nevada internet speeds. Why can't Nevada internet speeds?
Because
Okay,
they need the money. Well, anyway, so you were going to say something. You were going to say something about Warren Buffett. Go ahead.
Yeah, we hear a lot about Warren Buffett, Oracle of Omaha,
Right.
which happens to be my hometown where I was born. So yeah, we hear a lot about Buffett and the Berkshire Hathaway meetings.
Okay.
Everybody wants to know what stock he's picking.
Well, that's not what I was talking about. What I wanted to bring the point across is that he's been around for a long time, investing in certain types of businesses, whether it's newspapers or the Coca-Cola or whatever, things that he understood. And when technology came along and he was friends with Bill Gates, he didn't want to invest in that because he didn't understand it.
Right.
And of course, if he puts his mind to it, I'm sure that he would be able to understand it, but he's focused on what he's doing and he didn't necessarily want to understand it. And you can't fault him for that because he's very competent in what he's doing. And to take on something, even just to begin to look into it, it just may be something beyond his capability or something. I don't know.
True.
But so there are people that function within a certain scope of things, and if they don't go beyond that, it's okay. That's what I was trying to say. That's all.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that because it reminds me, Walter, the valuable platform, even for just discussion. I don't think be teaching each other or learning to just chat. Sometimes we just need someone example.
Okay. Yeah. Teaching is a little bit different. If I want to go to school, maybe you should go to school, or, if you discussed with me something and you explain something, that's different than necessarily teaching me. You explain it if I'm interested to find out what you're discussing or talking about, and you explain it. You don't necessarily have to think of it as you're teaching me. And I'm not necessarily teaching you. I'm just maybe sharing some idea or explain something to you, just like I just did. I mean, there's Warren Buffett, and probably when you were thinking about teaching people or whatever, you might not have been thinking on that level of person, but it happens in all different stratosphere of life that people don't want to go beyond a certain, whatever they're comfortable or comfort zone. You got a comfort zone, and there's a dog, and then there's the also when Warren Buffett also talks about his let me see, what is that? There's some other term he uses also for. He has like a buffer, how much money he has in cash, so that he doesn't go beyond that, to give himself some leeway for different things or the markets or business going up and down too. I forgot what the term was, though. I'm sorry. Maybe someone else remembers it. You can write it down. Or let me see. I can look at this other. I might have written it somewhere this morning. So we lost Jeremy again?
He'll be back. He's on the side, I believe. I told him to come back, and I'll do the sidelines.
Oh, very good. Okay.
I hope he'll come back.
Well, you can talk to me too. Make me laugh.
Just give me a moment. I was typing to someone.
No rush.
Welcome to the... Oh, Jeremy is refreshing. I haven't been on Blab for 100 days yet. So I'm not going to say much. I've met a lot of good people, though. Okay. And I enjoy Blab.
I found the word. I found the word that I was thinking of that he uses. I think it's called margin of safety. In other words, if he has a certain percentage of his assets in cash, so there's a leeway that he has. It calls it a margin of safety. That's different than his competency or what he feels comfortable working in certain industries. Like, you know, he's not interested. Doesn't know anything about technology, relatively speaking. But the other thing is margin of safety. With he doesn't spend all his money and go beyond his credit limit, as an example. That's all.
Well, Jeremy, I know, wants us talking about positivity. So I want to keep it on that topic. Jeremy, are you trying to get in again? I hope so.
Yeah, he's trying. I can see that. I can see him trying. So how have you spent your day today?
Actually, I spent it on Blab, which I didn't expect to, but it ended up that way. I went into someone's new Blab, and she ended up making me a co-host, and she left.
Yes.
And the people coming in, we just kept on talking and talking and talking. I did some short meditations, and we had fun.
Mm-hmm. So that's
Jeremy.
Is that a long one?
What?
Is it a long Blab?
Actually, it was. I think I went on about 1:30 and got off about 5 o'clock.
Wow.
Not sure how it happened. Mm-hmm. And then when I saw that Jeremy was celebrating 100 days, I thought I'd come in. So
you must have been enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun today.
This restaurant I was in this morning for breakfast, I saw a lot of people that had gotten together, like ladies that seemed to have, come together for little meetings and stuff. And I was thinking of Blab, and it's nice that they were doing it in person as well in Manhattan. I never really do that myself. Maybe once or twice I might meet one friend, but there's like groups of people. Very nice.
You know what? Since I think we should keep this focus on Jeremy, let's think of some things Jeremy has done that's been really nice.
Well, like he's writing a book.
Right, he's writing a book. He's always very positive on Blab. And I've been honored to be able to co-host with him several times. So I've gotten to know Blab a lot better because he'd call me in and ask me to co-host.
Do you know what his book is about?
Positivity, I believe. What do you know?
I don't think he told me. I'm not sure. I have a very bad memory. If he told me something yesterday, I'd forget today.
That's not good. Why is your memory so bad? Have you been eating a lot of junk food?
No. I'm always like that. My whole life. I have a mind where instead of retaining things, in the moment, I'll take what's there and put it together. I do not retain things. It's like I can take what's in front of me at the moment and work together.
Yay!
Jeez.
Jeremy. See how that worked?
Hi, Jeremy.
I got off the focus of him coming in, and he came in because the pressure was off. You see, if that makes any sense.
Hey, Jeremy. How are you doing now?
I'm doing fine. If we can keep the connection going, I'll be a lot happier. But I knew I was running a risk in doing this from a hotel, but I'm trying to keep it authentic on the 100th day. So anyway.
Bodhi, I have told you that if I am blabbing, you may not bark. Unless I'm laughing, and then you can bark.
So I heard you were talking about before I refreshed for a little bit.
What did you tell me what your book was about yet?
It's going to be about positive, about trying to help people figure out how to get out of the mess, the quicksand, how to get unstuck, move to the next level, how to take their lives to be able to take it to where they want to go and beyond.
Did you ever listen to or hear or meet Norman Vincent Peale?
I haven't met him, but his book, The Power of Positive Thinking, had a big impact on me.
Oh, that's good. I've seen him when he was alive. I got wrote back and forth with him and everything. He was a nice man. Yeah, it was a really interesting time in New York that I could just take a train, half hour, and I'd be there and I'd sit in the audience. And he even had this other person there. I forgot his name. The guy with the insurance company was his friend. Oh, I forgot.
I can't remember who it was. I didn't realize that his wife was so important to Norman's self-esteem high. Just reading about this, about how his wife had to kind of, get him fired up so he didn't feel like he was doubting himself too much and all that. I thought that was interesting. But
not only that, but the story behind the story, okay, besides his wife, is in the beginning they had some people that were in the congregation. My godfather, my uncle, was actually one of those people, and they encouraged him to go in the direction that he did. From my uncle's story, So I believe that, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing how once we kind of the abundance that I think we're all intended to pursue, thing just changes. It's like peeling the layers of an onion, and suddenly you're at the core, and you realize where you're going and what you're doing. It's just a powerful, illuminating moment. I don't know if either of you had that happen, but thought I'd ask.
Well, abundance is actually your attitude towards things. If you think you have something and you believe that you have it, you have that faith, things seem to come together.
I actually made a video on that. It's funny.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I think I can find it and give you it over here in the corner.
Cool.
But
go ahead, Carla. I don't mean to.
No, Jeremy, talk.
It's amazing how difficult it is to find that abundance, how we get trapped in scarcity and fear and anxiety. And it's amazing how painful that process is to discover the abundance too. Like a lightning bolt, and it would just be self-evident, but it's not quite that easy, is it? It sinks in a drop at a time. And I think the things that we learn, it's, sometimes we have to learn things incrementally. If we learn them all at once, sometimes it just doesn't sink, depending on the topic.
Well, I think it's because of how we grew up and what people have said to us.
True.
That it's hard for us to believe that we deserve what we deserve.
Yeah.
And many times when we make a change in careers, and like what you've done, you went from lawyer to a coach. People are saying, oh, don't do that. You were a great lawyer. I mean, I had that with my teaching. You were a great lawyer. You were capable of doing that. Why would you want to go out and make the world laugh? and they think I'm silly and crazy. And maybe I am, but the point is that's my gift. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. Like your gift is to give away positivity.
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay, but it's changing from what you've been told all your life to what you need to be, what you really need to do.
Yeah. Even if your parents tell you should just be a lawyer, or that's all you can be because they're, don't open the box and discover who you really are. I mean, that's something that I would urge all of you that haven't yet, that haven't had the courage to open that box, determine what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, but really look at the positive side of what your strengths are, what your mission in life is, what your lasting legacy is going to be to your children and grandchildren. I mean, that's what's going to be your legacy that's going to last for generations after each of us are gone.
Ah, what a great question. I have an answer for
that's an even larger question.
I have an
answer.
I'm not sure that's important, though.
Well, it depends on who you are.
I think it is.
Every individual values different things from each other person. So for you, it may not be important. For someone else, it may be important.
Well, that's true.
Of course it's true. That's why I said it.
I'll keep my mouth shut. Go on.
So I'm looking for this article to share with you. Here it is. Okay. And it's a three-stage article, if you don't mind. So
sure.
The video that is there, the one I was mentioning before.
Mm-hmm.
So that's in the thing already. Now the first article is coming up. I found it. So that I found it.
Good.
The problem with this
is it sequential? Do you have to read? You
yes.
recommend reading in order?
Yes.
Okay.
But the first thing, the video is it's its own thing. That's have versus not have.
Okay.
That topic.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Okay. Oops. That goes there. Okay. And then this goes here.
Let's see. So who?
No one has come in since you were out. I've been watching.
All right. I've been trying to keep track, and it's hard to keep up sometimes. Well, especially if you have to leave the room and re-enter because of a terrible Wi-Fi connection. But
yes, and sometimes also depends on the environment you're in. Today I was in Costco. I had to go to an Apple store, which I didn't know existed till today, because I was in Manhattan. I bought something in the Apple store. It was a external hard drive. And I found out when I got back that the guy gave me the wrong thing and the wrong cord and all this stuff. So I called up Apple Care because I have protection. And then he explained to me I got the wrong thing. But then he said, what's your zip code? And I gave him the zip code, and he said, there's one in the Queens Mall, which is about a mile from where I am. I said, wow. There is? And I didn't know that. It's just they just opened it 3 months ago, and I was waiting for so many years for them to get. I've got like many years worth of Apple using, and I was waiting for them to get something that was closer to home, because either way I got to go to Manhattan or I have to go out to Long Island for maybe 45 minutes, whatever the trip is, and so he said that the store was there, and I almost didn't believe him. But I went, and there it was, and it looked the same as one of the ones in Long Island. And they helped me, and that was great.
Good.
So what did I tell you about that? Let me see.
Oh, you were talking about, the sequential 3 articles. So read them in order. And
no, I was trying. Something you're going to find something new every day. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
That I was pretty upset about the fact that the guy sold me the wrong thing, But then I was really glad that I found out about this place that I could just go to any time. It's so close.
Yeah, that is close. I mean, we had to drive 50 to 70 miles to get to one. So yeah, you don't know how long.
In the old days, but now there seems to be everything is getting closer. I mean, the mall that this Apple store is in, the mall, which is only a mile away. Mm-hmm. In the old days, it was much different. What was there originally? I think it was a playland, like when I was a kid. See, I know the neighborhood from a long time ago. I think they had like rides and Ferris wheels and all that stuff. And then they developed it into a mall, which had a bookstore for a while. And they don't have a bookstore anymore. In fact, in our neighborhood, the Barnes and Nobles is closing.
Oh, too bad.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going to show up or where's bookstore-wise. But Target is moving closer and Apple is moving here. You know, all these different things are. So it's getting more convenient. I'm not sure necessarily if I'm always going to go to the one closest, because sometimes taking a nice ride is really pleasant.
That's true.
So it's very hard to decide. But I suppose if you're needing something in an emergency and you have that kind of, I got to exchange it now or whatever, that's good. You know, that's very good. So.
Yeah, it seemed like that question resonated with you, Walter, about why, you know, what is our legacy going to be generations after we're gone? Have you thought about that at all for you?
Well, that's the thing. See, if you read those articles, it'll tell you. See,
sure.
What I've done is I'm creating all this art, right, and I'm uploading it, and I'm giving it away free for people to look at. Now, if you go to a museum site on the internet, you'll get a couple pictures or pieces or whatever, but you have to go to a museum to see the rest of it. Or a gallery, the same thing. But you can see everything of mine free online anywhere in the world. Mm-hmm. So instead of trying to earn a lot of money and then donate it to people, I'm giving them the possibility of having the simulation in their minds with art right away. So I'm the richest man in the world as far as I'm concerned. I don't care if anyone else tells me this is more important, but for me, I'm giving everything that I have. And I think I showed you the other day, I'll show you again, that I'll give you a link to the art too, because maybe you don't know where it is yet. But the art, the minimum value of the art, you know, if someone needs to know, well, how much is this worth? I've calculated this being worth at least $158.1 trillion. This is the link to where I calculate that, and it's not expensive for any one piece, but it can be resold to people. So this is the link. Now, the link to that. Go ahead.
Is it more meaningful to say that it's priceless than to say that it has a
no priceless? Really, I don't understand priceless. I don't understand priceless because you know, water's priceless too, right? And so it's not in the category of water, and it's not in the category of life, which is priceless. But then, because it's priceless, somehow that word doesn't register with people, and they're killing each other. So I don't get it, and they're ruining the water.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So if you give them a dollar value, maybe they'll say, "Well, that's a lot of money," or a $500 phone, or $600 watch, or something like, you know.
But what I'm getting at is that it has a sentimental value that you can't really quantify. You can try to quantify it. Maybe you can quantify some of it, but I don't know.
Well, here
some of them, it has to be difficult to put a number on them.
Well, no, the art is. I calculated each image is available in 7 different paper types or canvas, and in 6 different sizes. That's 48 products, and the smallest size is $100. The largest canvas is $3,300. So it's something that people can grasp. I'm not saying any one piece is worth $158 million like a Francis Bacon. Maybe someday when I'm dead, they'll put it in auction and it'll go like that. Or even while I'm alive, it could be bid up like that. Or some of the other stuff that's not online yet could be in that category. But right now, this is affordable to a lot of people, not everyone. But it's affordable for everyone to look at.
Yeah.
So if I give you a dollar figure, I'm looking at something that's $100. I'm looking at $3,000. That kind of thing. So,
Yeah,
it's not out of range that it's inconceivable that this is worth that much, and you're looking at it. But what it could do in your mind and stimulation, that's a different ball game. And so yes, it could be priceless, but the real value is that it can generate ideas to change the entire world, because everything that we have around us, which is explained a little bit in that article, everything that we have around us starts with an idea.
Yeah.
And the difficulty is that we as individuals are distracted by the ideas around us, everything that we have. How could you think of too much more? I mean, Blab, how much further are they going to get? We're going to put 100 people in the pay, on a screen or whatever. So my things are very abstract in the sense that they're very different than anything that you've ever seen before. Mm-hmm. So that in itself can stimulate ideas that are much further beyond what you see around you. But if other artists draw faces and they draw scenes or they photograph things that you could see already, it's beautiful to see mountains. I love seeing those things too. But art, the real value of art, as far as I've understood and heard other people talk about it, is creating attentiveness. You understand that word, Jeremy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
It's not easy.
Okay,
it's not easy for me to understand what attentiveness is. But I can see how what I'm doing, after I look at it, could cause attentiveness in other people.
Right.
Because it might be something out of place, and it'll cause them to think, is that possible? Or what does that mean? Or it just, not even think, but feel something about what they're looking at.
Mm-hmm. What about digital art?
This is what this is. This is all digital. I'm working with pure energy. So it's something beyond anything you could do with a paint. Okay. Because if you look at some of these collages, I could only do it in the computer. You couldn't do it with a brush. It's just too small. Mm-hmm. Not even those people that the paint on a little grain of rice could do this.
Mm. Yeah, the music and books, I think a lot of this is going to move more to digital platforms. So it'll be interesting to see how much we continue to use the ancient papyrus writs to compile books and put them in the library. And I know musicians, a lot of us are trying to find ways to get our digital music in the pockets of consumers, in their phone or their devices, so they can listen, and it makes music portable and more powerful in some ways.
Did I give you that tool yesterday? It was so cool.
I think I don't remember maybe 2 days ago. I don't remember what day. I think Friday.
Did you sign up yet?
I haven't.
So there's the thing. It's right there in front of you. If you utilize that tool, you'll be able to at least breach the surface, mm-hmm. and start getting people to see whatever it is that you want them to see. And if you don't, well, you're missing out on a very powerful tool, and it's free. Mm-hmm. So what can I say? You won't see how powerful it is until you actually start using it, right? Looking at it. So here's the question: what would stop you from doing that? Like when people give me information, right? I could say, well, I have a schedule, and I'm working on day and night. I'm working on images, so that might hinder me, but I'll still look at it. I'll at least look at it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. One thing that'll stop me is you got to close all these tabs to be able to make your Blab work, especially when you're in a hotel like this. Oh. And your Wi-Fi does the beach ball thing. So I'm not trying to make excuses, but
no. Well, 2 days ago, were you in a hotel 2 days ago?
Well, I think it was maybe 3 days ago that you gave it to me. I was here on Friday. Yeah.
Take a pencil and write it down, so at least you have it.
Okay.
Because if you lose this or something goes wrong, then you don't have it unless you connect with me somewhere else, and then you asked me.
Yep.
Right? Because if I didn't come today, I was most busy until now. I was out all day. I was in Manhattan, right, and giving out the cards and stuff. And then I had to go change the thing that they didn't give me right in the store. And I went to Apple, and then I went somewhere else. If I wasn't here today and I didn't ask you, well, maybe you lost the whole concept. And that's difficult. It's difficult for me and difficult for you. It benefits both of us if it works for you and it works for me.
Yep. That's true.
So you're saying again, this is a difficulty for musicians, but it's not. It's not a difficulty, because if you sign up and you tell musicians that you meet, this is how you can get your music across very easily. Then you've solved the issue or problem or whatever you want to call it for those people.
Yeah, I might be delivering that music in a different way. That music might be unveiled in a Blab show that it's about to occur.
But that Blab show can be spread with this tool, you see.
I know. Okay. I didn't know that.
Because when you I have a fan page on Facebook for my Blabs. Do you have one? You can take that. I did it for other people's Blabs. I did it for other people's Blabs too. I promoted it on Facebook for certain markets. You can do that too. This way, the entire Blab system works, because then more people are coming to Blab because they found out about it. Because if you promote it, I spent money doing it. Have you done that?
I not spending money promoting it.
Why
do that if you can promote it for free effectively with people all over the world that are willing to share it and spread it for free?
Well, there are people that are willing to spread it, but then there's they try to spread it however they do, but it maybe not a target market in a specific Blab, okay? And when they spread it, are the people actually looking at it? They may be, then they look at a recording, but they may not necessarily actually, if it's too long, they may not watch the whole thing.
Right.
But today there was someone I talked to about Blab. Oh, I had two students, musicians. Actually, they're musicians right by Lincoln Center.
Okay.
They live there, over there. And I told them about the boy's mother is an opera singer. And the girl wanted his mother to promote herself, to market herself. And she's trying to encourage the mother, and the boy, like, he's hesitant. And I told her about this tool, and I said, you can market her, because as good a musician or singer that you are, it's worthless unless you're marketing yourself. You can be a great writer, but unless you're marketed properly, you're not going to be a best-selling author.
Yeah, not unless you are working, like I said, cooperatively and collaboratively with people that will help spread the good news about who you are and what you do. I think that is something that's
only
starting
part
to
of
occur.
it. That's only part of it.
And look, the exciting thing for musicians is that we can teach people basic musical skills, right, and then we can teach people mastery. I mean, if someone wants to become a piano master, I can teach them. I mean, I don't have a music degree, but I've been playing the piano since I was 4 years old. I know what I'm talking about. I almost did it for a career. But what finally held me back from that is I needed to be with people. I needed to see people, and the loneliness of the practice room for 5 or 6 hours a day, I decided was not for me.
I know. I used to study.
I wanted to do it on the side.
Every day by myself, by a window that was frozen inside. It was so cold.
Yeah.
It was frozen. There was no heat. The window was frozen inside, and I dreamt that someday I'm not going to be in that situation again. When I was a kid, that's what it was. The real life that I came from, but it's still whether you can get people to hear your message or whatever. Have you ever heard of Peter Buffett, Warren Buffett's son?
Yes, as a Nebraskan, I'd have to be living under a rock to not know who Peter Buffett is. But yes, I know he's a musician. I'm aware of that. Okay. Yeah,
and he has a book that he wrote Life is what you make it. And he has
I read it
on Facebook. Number one, he has a page, so you can see some of his stuff, whatever he's talking about. And also, he has these shows that you can go to, and he talks about his book there, and they perform, him and his friend that's a cellist.
Mm-hmm.
So,
cool.
So there's a musician, and he's trying to spread his ideas and words in a different way.
Yeah, and I think, you know,
same way I would.
Yeah.
But
yeah, some musicians are struggling though. And I know a brilliant musician who is a high school classmate of mine. He's living in New York and not really starving, but not, you know, very simple lifestyle. He's just decided that's kind of what he wants.
Well, that's different. You know, everyone has a choice. If he has in front of him, he can have that steak sandwich, but he'd rather have the hamburger. I went for White Castle today. And you know, if that's what he'd rather have at the moment, that's okay. You know, you can get value from being in all different situations. I gave some lady my card in White Castle, and she came over and she's asking about the site where my art is, and other people can get 3 free gallows and put up their art. So I told about 5 people that today. But this lady, she was talking about she wanted to get her picture on a canvas. I said, yeah, you can come to me. I'll photograph you. We can make it look a little artistic or whatever. And you can put it on. Oh, she's so thrilled. You know, some people want that as opposed to my art or someone else's art. They want to have their face on the wall. And that's good. You know, that's fine. I see my face on every card that I give out.
Yeah.
It's okay. You know.
Yeah, that's, you know, my wife keeps reminding me I need to get cards.
You had a wife.
Yeah, for being a coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been married for 22 years now. So
congratulations. Wow. That's wonderful. Yep. So if she's encouraging, do what she's encouraging. Listen to, she's your partner, right?
Yeah, she is.
And she's your partner in everything.
You're right. The difficulty that I have is I'm already a certified running coach.
Yes.
Soon I'll be a certified health coach.
Yes.
I'm a life coach. How do I combine that? Do I do one card? Do I do a card with bullets?
Okay. So that's why I call my thing Volard Kingdom, because originally, as far as selling was concerned, I was only selling photography. So I just put photographer. And then I got the art, and I have photography and art, so I give out the art card. But I wanted some name or word that would encompass everything. So Volard means world or universal, and kingdom. The kingdom of heaven is within.
Okay.
So whatever.
I was going to ask you what that meant.
Okay,
sometimes.
I gave it to you. So
glad you're answering.
Right. So the thing is that anything that comes to my mind that I want to work on, and I add to that site, the main site, which is this is the. I'll give you the address for that. Okay, I think that'll work. Right. So anything that I add to that. And it could be affiliate programs that I join or the business thing that I'm trying to sell to you. All of that's on that one site. So it's my world, my kingdom or whatever. But
how do we know what our domain? The word kingdom doesn't work for me. Okay. I would say circle or sphere of influence. How do we know how broad that is?
Well,
because I'm struggling with that. I want it to be way out here. But sometimes I feel like I'm stretching the edges a little bit.
Well, there's a number of things. You know, it depends on where you grew up or the environment or the culture you came from. I'm Armenian. Okay, I don't know if you know that. And
yeah, you said that last time, I think.
Okay, yeah. And in the Armenian tradition, many years ago, there were kings. I don't have any problem saying king. And when we got married, my wife and I, we had crowns in the Armenian church. They give you crowns, so we have a kingdom. It's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. And then the next thing is, for you, it's not comfortable. So no one told you have to do what I'm doing. Of course, you're going to do whatever comes to your mind, and you don't know what it is now. It'll show up. But I'm discussing how I got to mine, and it wasn't right away overnight. And I had first, before Volard Kingdom, I had Volard Broadcasting. Why? Because I worked at ABC Records, that's American Broadcasting, and I worked at ABC Pictures, Worldwide Sales and Distribution, both part of the same corporate network. I met years ago when I was in high school. I met Leonard Goldenson, the guy that started ABC, American Broadcasting. Mm-hmm. And he came down and came into I had an office there. He came to my office. Hello. The people like Barry Dillard that owns Vimeo or whatever and all this home shopping.
Oh, yeah.
My reports went to him directly every day. That was that close to these people. Mm-hmm. And so my idea was when I left there, because I had severance pay from that company twice. They didn't fire me. They let me go because ABC Records moved to California. And the guy that became head of the company, because the other guy died that was here running it in New York, he didn't like the cold weather, so he moved everything to California. Then motion pictures, they stopped making motion pictures. And so they let me go, and they were going to try and give me some other spot in the company, but I didn't want it. So what happened? So I got severance pay twice, but I had also been introduced to ABC when I was 7 years old because my uncle was a TV engineer, and that was the first photograph that I ever took was of my uncle. So I was like, ABC was in my blood, if you will. And even when I was in college and I'm working at these different jobs, they didn't have a CFO. They had I forgot what they called it.
Different title?
Yeah, they had a different title for the financial guy.
Comptroller?
Exactly. You know the word. It's the same thing, isn't it?
It's kind of historical, and as a history major, I better know it.
Okay. So I wasn't a history major, but I was there when they had controllers. I don't know. Isn't it the same thing? Or am I mistaken because I haven't been in a corporation for such a long time?
I think it is the same thing. It's a little bit different. The CFO sounds like a more elevated title. Now, whether it is or not, if any of you have been a CFO before or are now, please let us know if we're missing something in the context. Okay. But CFO sounds more elevated. Comptroller sounds more technical and historical. I don't know why.
So the reason I brought that up is because there was a controller for ABC, Mr. Pape, okay? And this guy, I see him, and I knew his secretary and everything, but there was an internal auditor there. And he came. Everyone was afraid of the auditors. But I didn't feel that fear. I did my work. I loved what I was doing. No matter what I do, I love what I'm doing. And I knew I had did it properly. So if the guy's going to look through, I'm going to share pizza with him, play cards, whatever you want to do, look at all the things, and I'm happy to show you anything you want. I'm not afraid.
Yeah.
So he liked me, and he told me that I had a rabbi in the company, which I didn't understand what that meant. But the rabbi was the controller. And not only that guy, and also some of the vice presidents. When I worked at ABC Records, the vice president of that company, the Records, he liked me. I was working for his friend, if you will. And then when I went to ABC Pictures, it was his brother-in-law hired me. He was vice president of ABC Pictures Worldwide Sales and Distribution. So I was connected without knowing it because they liked the way I work.
Cool.
I don't know,
yeah, it's good to that's something. I mean, in order to get a job that you want, you have to be able to convince somebody they should know, like, and trust you. And that's something that I think is very powerful.
You know me when I first went to the company. You know what I'm saying? At that time you went to a general. It wasn't called human resource even then. It was what was it? They didn't have human resources. You went to this other division where you went for the job. What do you call it?
Human resources?
No, it wasn't HR then. It was something else. It was before HR. In other words, they changed all these names and they added all this aura to it, but it's the same thing. Personnel. That's personnel.
Personnel.
They didn't have.
That's a personnel decision.
Right.
Yeah.
So I went to personnel only because I knew ABC was there, the building, and I knew I liked ABC from when I was 7 years old. So I went to personnel. Off the street, you'd go to personnel and see if they had any jobs. And I gave an application. I told him I was from Brooklyn Tech. And he said, I think we have a job for you in records. And I thought I was going to be in like piles and piles of records, like paperwork. Which he meant ABC Records, the record company. So I got the job there, and I was doing billing and stuff. But it was grand because I get to meet, that was from yesterday. I got to meet a lot of record producers. I met acts, and then we had intercompany dealings. Like right next door on the same floor was the radio station. I got to shoot the first ever live radio show with Jackson Brown. I photographed it. We were there, and there was Zachary and all these type of people. I don't know if you know this, Scotty, right?
I'm not sure.
He was like the Monster Mash kind of person.
Oh, okay. I know what that means, but
yeah. So like we all hung out, and then we riding up and down the elevator with Howard Cosell, the guy, the sports guy. Yeah. So it's always like, and then the guy downstairs there was a guy that had like a candy store concession in the building. I'd come up and get my M&Ms or something. Oh, Sir Walter Raleigh. That's how he remembered my name, because he had this Sir Walter Raleigh. And the real greatest deal was there was a guy that had graduated high school as college as a photographer, and he couldn't get into the building. He wanted to get in to meet the director of photography, and they wouldn't see him. They wouldn't see him. He was in the lobby, and he's talking to the operator, and they just wouldn't talk to him even. So she said, "Wait a minute, I have a guy in pictures." Who knows if she understood what pictures were, motion pictures or not. But she says, "There's a guy in pictures. I'm sure he'll talk to you." She was talking about me, because obviously I talk to everyone, Jeremy. So she connected him with me, and he says, "I'm in the lobby, and I couldn't get in to see the Rick Giacalone, the guy in the art department, photography, head of photography. Do you mind if I come up and see you?" So I don't know if you have audio anymore. So
I'm sorry, I was coughing. I was trying not to destroy the recording.
Okay, don't worry about it. It's okay to add the record. I can show you a video I did of an artist the other day, and she started, fumbling or whatever. She said, "You're going to edit it out?" I said, "No, just keep going." It worked out really great. So he came up. His name was Fred Conrad, and Fred had some pictures of like in jails and stuff like that, some black and white pictures that he did. I guess that was a series that he did for his class. And we talked for a while, and he told me he'd really like to get up to see the guy head of the photography department. So he was sat in my office, and we talked a little while. I was in college at night, working full-time in the day, and he wants to get this job. So he went upstairs, and he got to see Rick Giacalone. They didn't hire him, but I saw him a couple of times in the street after that. And he told me that he got a job at the New York Times. Well, if you look up Fred Conrad, he was their top photographer eventually. I don't know if he's still there or retired yet, but Fred Conrad, I gave him a little bit of, encouragement, if you will.
Good.
But
cool.
We didn't officially say, "I'm encouraging you." That makes me uncomfortable here, because people are talking, "I'm doing this for you," and "I'm doing this for you." You just do it, that's all. It's just part of life.
Don't we have to help each other without always expecting a quid pro quo?
Of course.
I think that's a mistake. I just read The Go-Giver by Bob Berg, and if any of you haven't read it, you need to read it. But it talks about we need to stop keeping score, and we'll say, "Oh, well, I'll do this for you, but first you have to do something for me," and they have to be proportionate and all this. And
I never felt that he had to do anything for me, Fred.
Yeah,
I just did it, Then he was friendly. That was good. That's all right. So that's the problem when people say you have to, this is what you should do. It's like kind of too much of a formula. It doesn't feel natural that way. If you just do it and you see the situation, you do it. That's fine. But you don't have to go in thinking I want to do this every day. When Fred called, the lady knew I would talk to him. That's it. That's your personality, and people know about it.
How do we determine if the people we're trying to work with or cooperate with are compatible with us? if we have enough in common.
Well, that's an interesting question. Work with in what way? Like you're talking about in Blab or in general?
Oh, I would say in Blab, since that's where we are, although I'm thinking of it as in a teaching context. If you're teaching...
Maybe you shouldn't think...
For example... Well, I'll tell you why I'm thinking this, because I anticipate I'm going to be doing a lot of teaching. And it could be on things from Stoicism to, I don't know what.
Stoicism, what is that?
Well,
what does that mean?
I held a Stoicism Blab, and it resonated with people, and it surprised me.
What does that mean?
I didn't realize. Well, it's an ancient philosophy from from Greco-Roman times, and basically it teaches us to slow down, to quiet our mind, to not overreact to things, to be more present in the moment.
Okay. Have you ever heard me say, the slower you go, the faster you get?
I have.
So it's the same thing, but I don't think of it as Stoic or Greco-Roman or whatever you call it. It's just something I came up with, maybe reading some books or even just how I feel.
Yeah. Well, and for some might call that mindfulness, which, that's a whole different topic. But, let's face it, a lot of us get caught up in the painful things that happened in the past, the fear of the future, anxiety about the future. So I'm trying to help people deal with anxiety, stress, depression, mental illness.
Right.
That's the group or groups of people that I see struggling the most. And I've become painfully aware of that with, friends and family members struggling with those issues. And it just, your heart goes out to people struggling with that. And you just feel like you don't have the answers and you want to help, but sometimes you have to try different techniques.
You may be in the wrong field.
No. And let me tell you why. When I was an attorney in active practice,
okay,
I was a guardian for two people with mental illness,
right?
And it was extremely difficult. It was I can't even, I thought it would be. It was more difficult than I thought it was, but I learned a lot from it, and I realized I was pretty good at it. I learned to be more patient, to become a better listener, to shut up when we should shut up. I think we need to realize maybe sometimes we talk too much or say the wrong thing, and that can cause anxiety, stress, and depression in people, and or they get upset and overreact, and then we overreact back, and then suddenly you have a fight or an argument that could have been prevented in some cases. So, but I become more and more people struggling with these issues have been lining up at my door, contacting me, asking me how I can help them, and in a lot of cases, I've been able to help them. And it just, when I realized to what extent they had been helped and hearing that from them, I started realizing I have to do more with this. Because I see all kinds of, they're just such a great need to help people with struggling with these issues. And they're not getting the help they need, or even someone just to listen to them. And so sometimes I say, look, maybe I'm not going to do anything right now, but I need to hear where this person is, figure out how I can help him or her. And if I can't help them directly, I want to make sure that they get referred to someone that can help them with whatever problems or issues they're having. Because as an attorney, I know a lot of people that can help people with these issues.
Right. As long as you realize that there's certain things as long as you realize there's certain things that beyond your capability as a person that's not trained for this. Because you've got people on drugs, the people that when you have medications, anytime they have medications in that kind of issue, those medications, they may be taking exactly what's prescribed, but then the body changes every day, and they could go off the deep end, or the medication doesn't work anymore, and it has nothing to do with you and what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
well, and I my wife is a pharmacist, so
you understand that
what people are prescribed, I hear a lot about from my wife, just with her profession, and I actually have learned a lot from just talking to her about that and listening to her talk about how important pharmaceutical solutions are, but we need to recognize that a lot of times the solution is a caring, considerate, listening ear that's going to listen to someone, analyze their problems, and trying to figure out how they can help them. And if I can't help them directly, I want to refer them to someone that can help them and let them figure out who they're comfortable with.
Here's
Sometimes
another thing.
that's not me. Sometimes it's someone else. And I'm okay with that.
But there's another thing, though, Jeremy, you're missing. Okay, sometimes these people come from families. And where they go or what happens to them a lot of times is dependent on the families and how much tolerance they have.
That's true.
If someone gets, treatment, and I have a friend who had a treatment. He got out after how many months? He got out. 2 days he's out, and his family takes him back because they think he's not. And it may be true. He may not be able to. He may not be ready to be out or whatever.
True.
So who knows? I mean, maybe I feel different, but I can sense that he wasn't ready in a sense too. Glad that when I called, he said, I'm in the hospital again. I'm glad that someone at least watching him, because if he's on his own, he could get into a lot of trouble as a manic depressive.
Yeah. And I know I've helped try to get some of these people released from psychiatric hospitals, and also dealt with people who were in jail that had mental illness as part of what they were dealing with. So I've dealt with the complexity and the intersection with the legal system too. But I don't know. I feel like what I'm trying to do with the Positivity Patrol is to help anyone that's struggling with any of these issues, anyone that's struggling with self-esteem, self-confidence, being thrown off the path, feeling like they're stuck, unable to get back on their path, find their true vision or mission. I mean, sometimes people are just lacking clarity, and they need someone to help shift their perspective, to twist the dial just a little bit. Sometimes you don't have to twist it a full 180 degrees for someone, but if you can get them to see it a little bit differently and then keep twisting it, sometimes it's that incrementalism that helps get people back to where they want to be and find the clarity they need.
Sure.
Welcome back.
Well, it is unique to each individual, though, right? It's unique to each individual, and does anyone in the world ever have enough time and energy and knowledge to deal with each unique individual? That's the problem, especially, and the families. I mean, if a person's been like this and they're 60-something years old and the sisters are 70, whatever, they've dealt with it their entire lives, and so how has that affected their entire lives? What can you do for the entire family needs help, right? In a sense. So there's all different parts of this that science and medicine and psychology and psychiatry has no idea how to deal with yet.
Well, but because of that, we can't give up on anyone. And there are all kinds of people, even on Blab, that say, oh, this person's in a hopeless situation. How can we possibly help them? No, that is not acceptable. We need to find ways to figure out what help they do need, if they do need help or want help.
I never said that shouldn't be helped, but it's got to be from a totally different perspective, in a sense. And what my point is, even me, I'm an artist. I think differently than everyone else. And someone says they want to know a story, and I start telling them the story. And then they come at me in the middle of the story. So, are you getting to the point? What is the point to this? Well, you asked for the story. I'm going to tell you the story from my perspective because I lived it. I'm telling you a story. Either you want to hear the story or you don't. So what is the deal?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going.
Okay. Walter, your audio is breaking up.
Oh.
Are you still...
I'm here.
on screen. Oh, weird. Am I on audio only? I'm just curious. Is it
yes, you're on audio.
Yeah, you are again. I'm going to go again because you don't seem to need the extra person.
Okay.
But I totally agree with you. I think we need to learn to accept people as they are accept people and help them. And we don't worry about whether they're 80 or 90 or 2 years old. We just do what we can at the time that we need to do it. And if we can't help someone, sometimes that's what happens. But at least we should be ready to extend a hand at the time that we're there and then see where it goes.
Yeah, that's a good point, Carlos. Sometimes we recognize that we are that person, and sometimes maybe we're not the person that should help them. I'm hearing an echo.
Yep, you have an echo. Do you have headphones on, Carla?
No, I don't use them. I can't use them.
Wow.
That's fine.
But I'm going to go anyway.
Okay. Thanks, Carla. Good to see you. Thanks for participating.
Good to see you.
Good work. Keep smiling and laughing.
Well, do you want a short laugh?
Go ahead. Yeah, why not?
Go ahead. Sure. Why not?
Should I? Well, I need to explain to some people what I'd be doing. Do you?
Well, go ahead. This is a wide-ranging blab. I know generally what I'm doing with this, but I may not know all the specifics. So,
okay. So let me just tell them quickly what I'm doing. I promise not to hijack you.
That's fine. I know you wouldn't do that anyway, Carla.
I don't even know what that means.
But I just wanted to quickly do this, and then I'll be off again.
Okay.
We're going to do a very short laughter meditation just to bring the joy back to the conversation. And what we're going to do, laughter is how to explain this? Laughter is a tool that can be used to get one out of sadness, out of anxiety, into more joy and bliss. Laughter is also a tool that brings you within. It's an inner journey more than it is an outer journey. The highest joy that you find is within yourself. And that joy that you find within yourself, once you've found it, radiates to outside the being, outside yourself. So we are going to experience it a little. There's a few very short rules that I need you guys to follow. One is during this session, I am the only one allowed to talk. Even if you have some words that you want to come out of your mouth, you need to close your mouth and just laugh. The reason laughter works is when you laugh for a prolonged period of time, your mind clears out. But if you keep on talking during it, then your mind doesn't have a chance to clear out. So stay with the process. Number two, there are different types of laughs, and everyone laughs differently. You may have a very quiet laugh, and it may even be hard for you to go, hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee, hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee. That's fine. Give it all you got. If you have a loud laugh, that's great too. And there's a whole spectrum in between. Just give your laughter everything you have. After we've laughed for a particular period of time, thank you, Barkman Jeanine. I am going to ask you to close your eyes. And during this time, I also need you to do just that. Because you're going to take the inner journey at that point. From outward laughter into yourself. If you're still some laughter, if there's a giggle or a chuckle, I don't care. But I do not want you talking. I want you to go within. Any questions? Because once I start, I don't want you talking. And that includes the Lord Kingdom. Okay, I'm talking to you, Walter. You're very good at talking. I need you to stop talking for a little while. Okay? Okay, we're going to begin now. I will let you know when you can talk again. And we'll just go through the process. Hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee. Come on, Walter. Hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee. Hoo, just say the words. Hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee. That's all you need to do, Walter. Make those sounds. Hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee. Hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee. Hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee. Hoo hoo, ha ha ha, hee hee. Hoo hoo hoo, ha 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 ha. Hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee. Hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee. Hoo hoo, ha ha ha, hee hee. Hoo hoo, ha 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 ha. Water, hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee. Hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee. Come on, I want to hear you. Hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee.
Hoo hoo ha ha hee hee.
Hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee. Hoo hoo, ha ha, hee hee. Hoo hoo, ha 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 ha. Come on, Water, keep going. Hoo hoo, ha 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 ha. Hee hee hee. Hoo hoo, ha ha ha. No keyboard movement, Water. Just with your laugh. Hoo hoo ha ha. Hoo hoo ha ha ha. Hoo hoo ha ha. Hoo hoo Come on, Walter. Close your eyes and relax. Just relax. Sit back, Walter. Feel comfortable. Relax, Walter. Just for a little while. Take a deep breath in and let go. Take another deep breath in and let go. Relax completely. There may be thoughts going through your mind. Don't worry, just let them be there. Just don't get stuck to them. Let them float in and float out. There may be feelings of joy popping up in your chest area. There may not. Doesn't matter. Just relax. Be at ease with whatever is happening in your mind or body. And just keep your eyes closed and relax. Take a deep breath in and relax. Take another deep breath in and let go. When you feel ready, you could slowly open your eyes.
Thank you, Carla.
How do you feel now? Well, let's give water a few more moments. How are you, Water?
Okay, I found myself in a place on a road that I haven't been in since 1970s. And I was searching for something. I don't know what it is, but I didn't want to leave there.
You're searching for yourself. You just opened up your heart again a little. You tapped it open.
Why would I want to be in that particular place and time?
No, not necessarily. You think it was from the 70s, but it really wasn't. It was from your real being, your real self, which is beyond your body right now. And you tapped it and you went into it. You allowed it to be there. So it's not that you went back to the 70s. You went further back. You went back to your true self. And that's good.
I thought it was the 70s because there was a certain location that I remember going to when I was a certain age. But okay.
That's okay. But that's not the important thing here. The important thing is that you allowed yourself to tap your inner self.
Mm-hmm.
And your inner self really is a lot bigger than your body and everything you're used to working with.
I understand that, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why I create the art. Well, the art comes through me. It's not something that I'm really sometimes conscious of. It just comes through me. That's it.
That's right. Everything comes through you. Dharmacharya, you're from Philadelphia? Come in. Jeremy, how do you feel? That was my gift to you for your 100 days.
I appreciate that. Laughter meditations with you, Carla, I feel like falling asleep. And I think that's a good thing as long as you don't fall asleep in a live blab.
Why not? I've seen someone that was sleeping on the live blab.
Well, maybe
you didn't.
But I didn't fall asleep. Yes.
You didn't fall asleep. You fell into your real self.
Yeah.
And it became so quiet and so peaceful that you think you fell asleep.
Well, you didn't want to leave that state.
Right.
Well, at least wanting to remain a type B personality and not get back to the type A personality. But yeah, very relaxing though. Thank you.
I'm glad you liked it.
Thank you, my dear. Did you have fun?
Oh, I always have fun when I do this.
That's good. That means you'll always be able to do it.
I know. I was told.
That's why I know that I'm doing the right thing now, because I can never stop. I never want to stop what I'm doing.
Can I, Jeremy, in case people would want to do a complete session, can I put my website down?
Sure. Yeah, feel free.
So
Yeah,
you do that over the phone or in appear in like in a private room or something?
I do it in different ways. I do it over Skype. I can do it over the phone. I prefer to do it over Skype where I can see people when they come in. But I'm happy to do it over the phone. You only got a real fraction of everything I do, because there's a preparation for laughter that I don't do. That's a guided meditation. And I think if I was to do it with you, I'd want to do it at least the first time, if not the first few, with Skype, because I would want to make sure that you're actually doing the program, that I actually have you doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not to be mean. That's only because I think it would benefit you better.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed very challenging for you to get into it. So I needed to work with you a little differently than I needed to work with Jeremy, because I've done it before with him.
Yeah, and I have a different personality.
Yeah, you're completely different.
We all do. And that's the beauty of Blab. You get such a unique blend of people.
Right.
I do want to mention, I asked a question, if anyone else has been here for at least 100 days. I see we have a lot of first day people that have been showing up here. And that's kind of exciting in some ways to see more people are coming here. But if anybody, Walter, you probably have been here more than 100 days, haven't you?
I said 101 days.
Oh, that's right. So we joined within a day of each other. That's interesting.
And Carla, brother.
How long have you been on Blab, Carla?
I think, Sandra Centronino got me here.
Okay.
And
you can look and see exactly.
I can see it. I couldn't see it on mine.
You can and you can't. And let me explain. If I look at Blab Mobile, says I've been on Blab for 100 days. Blab on my MacBook Air says that I've only been here 99 days. So I decided I'm going with 100. I've got to split the difference and make an executive decision. So there's a little bit of uncertainty there that Blab needs to resolve.
I see it on Blab. I'm going there now because I really don't know.
I'll show you if you let me. Give me a second to walk through it myself, okay?
Is it on the profile
page? What you have to do first, one second.
At the top of your profile, or if you
will you give me a chance to find it for you?
Sure. Okay. Go ahead.
Jeremy, I have 264 followers now.
Wow. And many from across the pond, Carla. That, I'm in. It's interesting to me that whenever I co-host a Blab with Carla, somebody always pops on from the UK. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the timing or the appeal of laughter, the universality of laughter. It seems to connect with a lot of folks in Europe and elsewhere, and India and other places.
I found.
Go ahead, Walter.
Okay, go to your profile page. Gently, go slow. I'm not rushing you at all. I'm very relaxed.
Okay, I'm at my profile
now do you see
page
your name underneath the big screen? They have a Blab up top, and then it has your name, Walt. It has your name, Carla, at whatever it is, your at thing, right? And to the left, you have your picture. Scroll over your picture.
I've been on Blab for 65
Now you know how to
days.
find it, right? And
Now
it was
I know.
different. It's changed, but this is where you find it now.
Thank you. I've been
You're
wondering
welcome.
about that. And recently I've been on Blab daily.
Okay. So that's...
Yeah. Start planning your celebration Blab now if you're going to have one, Carla. Get it on the Blab calendar and people will subscribe to it at least.
That's the current method of finding out how many days. It used to be, I think you used to click your name and it opened up to your... You used to have it on that little card, the business card type of thing. It was there at one point, so they changed it.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure that out.
So now you're all set. Is there anything else I can help you with? Well,
I'm fine. I actually think I've been on Blab all day.
I do have a question, though, Carla.
Go ahead.
Yes.
For me?
You want more people to find out what you can do? Would you mind joining up this site that can help you spread the word? Okay.
Of course.
You don't mind? Or you mind?
Can you send it to me in a direct message or
How do I do that?
Or in an email? That would be more helpful.
Someone else might want to see it anyway as well. And Jeremy has to get in touch with this as well.
Yeah, go ahead, drop the link, Walter, and I can always...
you can direct message to her?
I can check it. Yeah, I can send it to Carla by direct message.
You can join and let her sign up underneath you. Right?
Okay.
Here you go.
Now, what is this?
My friend from the streets of Manhattan, where I hand out my cards, is a disabled veteran, and he sells scarves and hats in the street. That's his way of earning money. But his wife and her partner from Australia, they started an advertising agency, internet advertising agency, and this is one of the tools that they created. And it's for business networking.
Now, how much does it cost to do it?
If he signs up, it's free. If you sign up underneath him, it's free. And you can find out how it works and utilize it to a certain extent. If you send it to someone and they sign up and they want to upgrade because they are interested in sending their message out, depending on their business, to 85 social media sites throughout the world, they can pay whatever it is. And then you would get, if you introduce to someone, you would get 20% of whatever they pay. If you made enough money that you wanted to start paying, or there's a one-time.
Oh, I will make enough money. I'm just not ready.
Yeah, but you don't have to.
Now.
But when you're ready to upgrade, right, you will get 50% of whoever signs up and pays underneath you. So you become
it's an affiliate, right?
Right.
Is that, yeah,
that's an affiliate, yeah.
And
Jeremy, can I sign up and have you sign up under me?
I'll look at it first. I have a lot of irons in the fire right now, and I don't want to spread myself too thin. I do that as a multitasker, so I haven't had time to look at it yet. I appreciate you telling us about it, though, but I'd like to look at it first.
Yeah.
So, Carl, you can sign up underneath me if he's not ready yet, and then, just go on your own way. There's millions of people in the world.
Yeah, no, I'll do that.
But then there's other tools. There's on their system that all goes hand in hand. They have a list building system that they actually use some of my photographs, that you can use the photographs for your list things. Like instead of just a plain box, you'll have an image and you can tie that into your message, whatever it is.
Thank you. You know what? I'm going to just copy this and put this into my Evernote.
Yeah. The only thing I suggest is use a separate Gmail account.
What do you mean a separate Gmail account?
Okay. get a Gmail account that's dedicated to this site. When you sign up, you have to sign up with some email address. So
I shouldn't use my business address?
No, I wouldn't do that, because you're going to get a lot of emails from different businesses that are promoting their business, and they'll contact you that way.
Oh, okay.
And so your messages will go out to them, whatever you're talking about, laughter or whatever. So okay. It's kind of an exchange networking thing within the email system too. But you won't really understand it till you sign up and you start to see the different tools that they have and how you can get people to follow you. There's all different things that they have.
Okay.
And they have a funny show talking about laughter. They have the Mabel and something show. If you can find the lady that's on the video, when you go to this video, her and her partner do a show together. It's a funny thing. Mabel, I forgot the names, but you'll find it.
See, laughter is everywhere. Even when you least expect it to be somewhere, it's there.
You always stick it into. But I was watching, speaking of laughter, I was watching The Honeymooners. That's what really makes me laugh. I miss them. The Honeymooners. You know The Honeymooners?
That's a great show.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. And that's what makes me laugh, that Honeymooners. Because I grew up with that. I used to watch it every night religiously. When I came back from school, I went to work in the day. I went to school at night. I played music in the cafes afterwards. And I'd come home and watch The Honeymooners after that. And that was, I feel uncomfortable if I don't watch The Honeymooners at night. So I was doing, let me see if I can find you one of them that I posted on my Facebook page. See, if you're connected with me on Facebook, then you'll have the enjoyment of seeing these crazy things, the directions that I go in, all different directions. I don't care. I just do whatever I like. And if you're talking about humor and I got to get in touch with The Honeymooners, oh, here's another thing. Here's an image that I took of a guy. I just went one day to, you know, the South Street Seaport in New York.
Where is it, Walter? Which borough?
In Manhattan, South Street Seaport. It's near Fulton Street, where they have all the boats and stuff. Yeah, they actually set up food, like a couple of buildings with food. It's a historic area. So this guy was there, and he was performing like a Charlie Chaplin. Can you see the image?
Yeah, I'm afraid to open it, though. I'm going to lose my crap.
We'll open it later. His name was Stanley. Stanley did I did a whole series of Stanley. It was really great. And which one do you want? Funny Money. Here's Funny Money from The Honeymooners. And it was really wonderful. I mean, I couldn't have planned this show any better than he was just there doing it. And I photographed him, and it was really great. You know, it's just like Stanley. I like things impromptu like that. In fact, there are some people, you know, that they say they're professional speakers or talkers on these different shows, but I would prefer to remain spur of the moment and as the spirit moves.
I agree with that.
And that's pretty much how I want to laugh too. I guess I'd rather just it happen, you know, when I'm touched like that, as opposed to a program thing. I'm sorry.
How can
I don't think what I do is program.
No,
what I do is, though, and that's why I want to ask, how can we be more spontaneous if we find that we're over scripted and that type of thing? Because I think we do have to allow for a little bit of flow, unexpected flow that might occur and take a discussion a different direction or something like that.
Remember to smile.
That's a good idea.
Because when you smile at someone who may be angry at you, they can't stay angry.
They're all angry. It's okay.
They begin to relax.
They can, but, well, it depends on the person, I guess.
So I get
No,
another.
it changes the tension in the room.
I gave you another honeymoon thing too.
It changes the tension completely.
Yeah, in the room, but I work in the street most of the time, and it's like you can. There's so many personalities and everything. But here's what lady came the other day. She was having.
I need to respond to this. I'm sorry. Absolutely, Dharmacharya. When you not only smiling but breathing, because when you remember to take a deep breath, that brings you back to the present moment.
That's
you
true.
and I need to talk. I hope you followed me. You kind of got to me.
Well, and jump on into a seat if you like. We do have an open seat, and we have no questions to put in that seat at this time since we've already answered the other one. So, but anybody could ask a question or put a question in there if we want to go through questions. But what about when do you guys think Blab will no longer be beta? Do you think that will happen next year?
I was wondering about that the other day, and I thought maybe they would always remain beta because that would be more fun.
Well, it would.
Because people are trying to put rules to it, how to do this and how to do a good blab and whatever. But and creativity, though, in the creative world, in art, there are no rules. And so that's the whole beauty of it now. And it may spoil it if they go to anything besides beta.
Yeah.
I mean, look at how many complaints people have over Facebook and the rules that they have. And you can't have more than so many friends. And
don't get me started on Facebook. We have a serious hate-love relationship.
I just did. I know. Do you know when I went there, they kicked me off 3 or 4 times because I kept on putting my images up, and I really wanted to share. It was a whole exciting thing that people get to see my art, and they kicked me out and put me back in, kicked me out, and I said, I'm a paying advertiser here. I was paying.
Oh, here he comes.
Yeah, I'm trying to let him in, but it's
Dr. Salvico. Doctor.
What kind of doctor are you?
I'm sorry?
What kind of doctor are you?
I've got 2 doctorates. One is in naturopathic medicine. The other one is in metaphysical science.
Ah. And
what does that mean? Can you explain that?
Sure. Metaphysical science is kind of the study of what they call noetics. The study of quantum physics and how that relates to creating our experiences with our mind and the whole concept of your thoughts create your experience. So that's what that is. I just wanted to jump in and tell you guys I really enjoyed the 3 of you. Love your pictures, Walter. I jumped on there and checked that out. I loved the laughter therapy. And Jeremy, thanks for. I mean, I've only been here for I think 15 days.
Welcome.
Blab. I started the first social network way back before there was a Facebook, and so I've always tried to keep a pulse on social media. And wow, I can't believe that 100 days or almost 200, I guess 215, 216 days got by before I jumped on Blab. So this platform is amazing.
It is. Do you know that I have the first real live social media in the streets of Manhattan that ever existed, and I'm still there? I gave out so far over 5 million of my business card. People walk by in the street and they talk to me, and we interact, and it's a real live social media because it's this is close to face-to-face as we can get. But when I'm there sitting next to someone who came from Canada this morning, and the first I gave it to the lady, I didn't know there was a man there, and he was in the bathroom, and then he came out. She wouldn't take it. She was looking at her iPad, and then he shows up, and he looks at me, and then he looks away, and he's talking to her, and then I gave him the card, and we had a really great relationship. And he's a salesman for like medical imagery, but he's also a sculptor, bronze sculptor. And I told him about the art site before I found out he was a bronze sculptor. And he said to me, well, I don't know if I can use that because the site is like pictures of prints, stuff like that. So I said, yes, you can. I said, all you have to do is get someone to photograph, or you photograph the bronze sculptures yourself, put it up there, sell prints of it, and people will become more aware of you. He thought it was a brilliant idea. Why are people so afraid of doing things? I go try to give my card to people, and they freeze away. They're afraid. Like, I'm a germ. Do I look like I got germs all over me? But anyway, I take a shower every day. But anyway, what happened the other day? Yeah, you're welcome. So the other day, this lady's carrying these 2 bags, and I was down in the village by where my wife is studying ballet. That's why I drive her there, and I hand out the car. She's going to do dancing. So this lady comes by, and she almost grumbles at me. And then all of a sudden, someone's tapping my shoe. She says, "Can I please have one?" I said, "Sure." I said, "What happened?" She says, "I was in a different world." And she wanted to really look at my art now because, I don't know, I guess she got angry at herself for mumbling at me like she did. But anyway, that happens. People are so in their different universes all the time. And it's really hard to break through the shells. I mean, can you imagine?
What really is what's important about these different universes. I only know that if I don't become aggressive, I won't get to talk. Is that we all breathe the same air. We all breathe the same, and that's what we're made of. That's what makes our life what it is. And we're making it into, oh, I live in Israel, so I can't like this person, and I live in India, and I'm supposed to hate this person. We don't really realize that we're just one big family, and we're all here to support each other. The world's going to change, and we
this
really
is the way people walk around like this, looking at the phone like this. They're cuddling up to the phone. They can't get in touch with it. They're afraid. They're outside of that phone. You know, that's why this is nice. This is nice, but it's also, in a sense, it's dangerous. It's the people won't go outside of it. That lady was on the iPad. At the end, she was very happy that I was talking to her husband, and then we had a conversation. She was interested in what I was talking about, and in the end, she started walking out and said, "We're friends now, right?" And she said, "Yeah." You know, I was like, but you know, she stayed in the iPad, and then there was no man, or I didn't go and try and get through to him and make the whole conversation work. We would have lost that opportunity.
I'm at the point that I want to divorce my phone, but I can't. I mean, I feel like I'm married to it. I'm not. It's horrible.
How about just a temporary separation?
I tried that, and I just end up going
1 hour. Yeah. What 1 hour detox per day from technology? Try it. It's magical.
Do that.
Not easy, but it's you got to charge your phone anyway, right? Carla, I'm glad you brought this up because I think a lot of the problem we have in the world that we look at, if we look at the whole world and we look at what problems are there and which ones we could solve and how, we're not connecting with people at a soul level. We're connecting with people at an exterior level, expecting quid pro quos, and even though we have the capacity to do that and the ability to do it, and in a lot of cases the skills and experience to do it, we've got to connect with people at the soul level. We've got to figure out what problems can we resolve metaphysically and not just this basic exterior garbage that it drags all of us down. If we're dealing with each other just on the surface, are we really dealing with each other? Are we really communicating at a deep level? I would say no.
I totally agree, Jeremy. And that's why, I mean, I've been on Blab way too much today. I'm about to want to get off. But I really wanted to talk to Dharmacharya. I'm sorry, I have to call you that.
No problem.
But one, he's from my hometown. But two, there was something about him that I just found an instant connection. So I wanted to talk.
You know, I was going to say something if I could.
Please.
Jeremy,
please just shut us up.
One of the things that fell into my hands a couple of years ago that just really helped me to make that leap because I was feeling exactly what you were feeling about needing to connect deeper to people, and I felt like the internet was for a while there I just kind of resisted even going online daily because there was so much superficiality. Like on Twitter, somebody, I follow people, pretty avidly, because if they write something and I think they're bringing value, then I want to be part of that conversation. So I follow them. And then the next thing you know, I'm getting a friggin', spam message about their home-based business, or about, selling lotions, potions, or pills, or whatever. And they never even, or I get somebody, like, very frequently on Twitter, they'll say, I'd love to teach you how to generate leads using social media. And I'll message them back, and I'll, say, I'm laughing because I started the first social network before there was a Facebook. I don't need any help generating leads, but I would love to connect person to person. Why wouldn't you just go look at my profile first to see if we have anything in common, to see if we can have a real conversation? So I found this book. It's and I think you could probably download it for free online somewhere. It's called The 4-Hour Workweek, and I absolutely love the guy who wrote it. And one of the things he talks about in there is, he says the first thing you got to do is just pick 2 times a day to check your email. And so I extended that and said, 2 times a day to check my email, 2 times a day to check Facebook, because I do conduct business online, and I put it on my schedule. Those are the 2 30-minute periods that I check my email. If somebody emails me, between those times, and they call me up and say, "Did you get my email?" I tell them, "I'll get your email at 4:00 when I go back in and check my email again." And it just freed up so much of my energy and so much of my time, because it allowed me to be more present the rest of the day, instead of constantly looking on my phone and seeing who just messaged me and who texted me and who this and who that. After a while, you just become absorbed with the impersonality of you and the phone, like Walter was saying. And now I don't do that. I connect with real people. That's why I love this platform, because we're having a real conversation.
I love when people quote me. Thank you. But anyway, I have a question.
Wait a minute.
I have a question, because it's before I forget, because I'm going to forget.
That's okay. Go on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So this is the thing.
Go ahead.
When I want people to look at my art, that's what I have to offer. And it gets confused, because then you want to sell your art, but I want them to look at it. You can't even think of selling until people look at it, but it's there free for them to look at. So I have this conflict, because when I try to get people to look at it on the Blab things or whatever, they just have a bad reaction.
Do you ask them any questions? Do you say, "I'd love to get your opinion of my art," or do you?
I don't want their opinion. I don't want them to be obligated to give me an opinion. I don't want that. That's too much pressure on people.
But tell us what you want. If you want people to see your art, why? What do you want to accomplish out of that?
The only thing I can explain briefly is that everything that we have is ideas, and if my art can stimulate ideas, they're not going to give you the idea, but going to stimulate ideas, because there's 330,000 of them. Okay, they stimulate ideas. It will help you and anyone else who gets stimulated, who's willing to look at them and allow them to stimulate you. That's all I can say. And it may work for some people, it may not work for some other people, but that's all you can do, is at least try it.
I think that's something only another artist can appreciate, because I think that's what every artist tries to do. I think the musician wants to stimulate, they want to stimulate thoughts, and they want to stimulate conversation, and you want to do the same thing. And it's sad that people don't get that, because that's one of the greatest gifts that humanity gets.
That's the reality of an artist. The reality of an artist that Leonardo da Vinci, whatever his name was, expressed this way. He said the artist sees things that only other people only catch a glimpse of.
Right on.
And so if I'm seeing things and you can only catch a glimpse of it, and I'm screaming at you, just look, and Jeremy, just look at the site, sign up, and it'll help you, because there's tools there. It's like the gold mine is 2 inches away, and you're digging all over the place, but it's 2 inches right here. I'm showing you.
I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt you. It's 3 feet from gold, according to Napoleon Hill. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
What?
So that's his humor. He wanted to add some humor.
There
So
are reasons why that's on the record. You'll find out why later. Go ahead.
No, see, 2 inches away, and you just turn away, and you won't even look 2 inches more.
Yeah.
It's not
less,
3 feet.
Less than 2 inches.
You could be
sometimes it's 1 inch. Football is a game of inches. If you're at the 1 inch line, it's an inch or less.
Well, the truth is, in my opinion, everyone is an artist.
Of course.
Whether you're
whether people wait, everyone's an artist, but whether people put the amount of energy into creating or working their art as much as I do, that's another question. Now,
of course.
Warren Buffett himself thinks of his work, his company as a blank canvas that he created his art. That's his art, and I respect him for that, and I can see what he's talking about. But does anyone really understand what he's talking about? They want to know the next stock, but that's not the important thing. Not what stock should I buy? That's meaningless.
Well, it is to some people. It's very meaningful to others. It just depends on the individual.
The whole thing. Don't understand his art.
Sometimes
they don't understand his art.
Is it art or is it science?
There's no science there.
But even a scientist is an artist in his or her own way. The point is, I may, be able to deal with Jeremy easier than I can deal with Florida, but who cares?
No one can deal with me. Are you kidding? I'm so lucky my wife can put up with me.
Yeah,
I know that. No question about it. Thank God she stays over there reading her books and I'm over here. It's no problem.
But that's the point that I'm making. When you look at your art, some people will look at your pictures and they'll go, wow. And others will say, ugh, I don't get it.
But there's enough there, though, that if someone's really searching for something, they'll find something for themselves. That's
right.
Why there's so much, because I don't stick to one direction. I'm in every single direction you can think of. I don't have.
How do you find what you're searching for? How do you find what you're searching for, not just with your art, but in life? How do you find what you're searching for? Anyone.
Take it from here, Doc.
Well, I was going to ask the same kind of question, Oni, from a different angle, and I was going to say, one of the things that when I was a kid, 18 years old, and just starting my career entrepreneurial, that's adorable.
I thought this was Santa Claus, but it's a lumberjack from up in the Adirondack Mountains. But I thought it was Santa Claus, so for me, I got Santa Claus.
So when I was 18 years old and I was just starting my entrepreneurial career, I had a mentor, and his name was Jim Rohn, and he was an amazing man, one of the truly great inspirations, I think, of the 21st century. He was Tony Robbins' mentor as well, and I worked with him for 18 years. And one of the things that Jim Rohn said was, if you want to increase, because I was frustrated, and I was pretty much at the time was a young hippie, definitely the more of the artsy type than the scientific type, and I really still am, but I just was frustrated because I couldn't get people to look at what I wanted to bring to the marketplace. I wanted people to get healthy. I wanted them to have financial fitness. And Jim Rohn said, if you want to increase your income, you got to increase your value in the marketplace. And that's all about building trust. And so people, when you've built trust, you've established trust and brought value, then they're more interested in what else you have to share. Like, nobody would, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's great, but what does that mean? What is this trust?
What it means is you have to be able to demonstrate what you bring to, and you're doing it by going out there and giving your cards. But maybe you need to brainstorm a slightly different approach. Maybe the card doesn't paint a big enough picture of what you have to bring. Because I know if you handed me a card, I wouldn't know from business cards what you're handing me. But if I saw your art, you would have me from the get-go.
This is the card, though. Wait a minute. When I say business card, this is the card now.
Yeah, but see that I don't know from what you make there. That all that is to me is a clever card with your picture on it. It doesn't make me want to know more.
Oh.
You make me want to know more.
I had
you, not
another
your
one.
business card.
This
See,
was
And when
another
you're
one.
acting like
That-
this, Walter,
that works.
Yeah.
That I love.
But this works. But this, believe it or not, works better because what happens is people have an interaction with me and we talk more than when they get this. They know right away what this is, but the talk part is really great because
that's you. Because that's you that they're talking. When they're engaging, now you get to deliver value. The card didn't deliver the value, you did.
Oh, but it triggered it.
and Walter,
Right.
Yes.
I have to say this, and I think we should get off this topic after I say it because it's what it is. I have been on Blabs before when I felt like strangling you because all you were doing was sort of pushing your own work. Today I'm seeing you be quiet. Today I'm seeing you as a human being, and I like what I'm seeing. And because of that, I actually followed you, I think.
Okay. Everyone's got to understand that
it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is you're presenting yourself very different today than you have in the past. And I really like the person I'm seeing today.
But I understand that about myself also or anyone, because if the first time you came on or the other person or another person, this is the first time. So it's like getting on the bicycle and falling off a couple of times. And you see how people react, and then you feel bad that you did this and you did that, and that's trial and error. That's making the mistakes. How could you criticize me or anyone else or yourself if you make mistakes? You got to do it. And every time that I did something wrong and people wanted to strangle me, I still came back and keep on doing it. Maybe I feel more comfortable now.
Did you see what? I don't know her name, but it's Upix Music said, see now, if I was Walter, I would do a fundraiser at a church and school and raffle off your art.
A great idea.
Make a deal about it and get it on the media. Let people see who you are. And I think this is an excellent idea for you.
But it doesn't relate to me, okay? And it's a good idea. And you understand it, and whoever said it understands it. For me, I'm already giving it away free. That's what I was explaining before. I'm already giving everything away free because you can look at it. There is an affiliate program that I can't do in New York because it's illegal because they raised the tax. So they stopped allowing it in New York, Pennsylvania, Hawaii. But anyone else who wants to can do that. You can buy a print and give it away free and make your own as an affiliate. You can make your blogs. You can make hundreds of blogs with the amount of images I have and make money from it because you can be the affiliate if you want to do the marketing end of it. But me, I'm still focused on creating the art.
And
we all have to find our own.
What?
Go ahead, Carla. You were saying?
Should I say it? I'm sorry. That's great because that's who you are and where you feel most comfortable. And that's good. But if you're going to feel that way, allow that to be where you are and be happy with those who are appreciating who you are. Does that make sense?
No,
I don't know how to actually.
You don't think I don't appreciate them? I appreciate everyone. You don't think I appreciate them?
I don't know if you appreciate it or not. I don't know you well enough to know.
Oh, okay.
You may very well do, but I don't know you very well to know that.
I know that I get between 10,000 and 40,000 visitors a day to my art site every single day. So I'm very happy that people are looking at it. And obviously there must be some reason they're coming back and looking at it, or the new people looking at it. I have 13,200 followers on my Facebook fan page. You know, it's okay. It's okay. And I suppose it's wonderful. I mean, I'm comfortable enough that I can say, well, when people come and I earn money from taking their picture, that's one thing. And If people buy some of these prints, that's another thing, and everything's fine. So I'm not really pushing them to buy it, but like when you wanted to strangle me, you think I'm trying to get people to buy it. I'm trying to get them to look at it, as I said before.
But the thing is, they're going to look at it anyway, whether you are pushing it or you're not.
Well, that's true. I fluctuate back and forth and said I don't have to do anything. I just work on my art and the people look at it. I do that. Yeah. But then
do your art and let people come to it.
Yeah, I go through that.
They are going to find it.
Okay, but then there are people that are pushing marketing, and I should do this and I should do that. I have a brother-in-law gave me a whole stack of books to read about marketing, so maybe I should look at them and try and do whatever they say. So I'm kind of like, I'm not sure what I should do. I mean, I know that marketing is very important, but I know also that the system is set up that if people become affiliates and they like my work, then they should be learning the marketing. In fact, if I come up against marketing people, and I've done this with a number of marketing people, I say, you sign up for the affiliate program, show people how it's done. I mean, do it yourself first, sell some work with your knowledge about marketing, and then make a program. You teach people how to market and earn money that way too, because they can be very beneficial to people who want to be affiliates who might not have the skill of marketing that they would. That's my understanding. Because when I worked at ABC Pictures, we produced the motion picture, American Broadcasting Company, right? ABC Channel 7. We produced motion pictures, whether it was Junior Bonner or this movie or that movie, okay? And we didn't go out and we had, ABC had owned its own theaters, but we didn't take it to our own theaters. We hired a company called Cinerama. Cinerama was in charge of the distribution. They, in the country, Cinerama made the deals with each one of the theaters, whether it was our theaters or someone else's theaters, all throughout the country. For the foreign countries, we've had one man who went to every country, to every theater, and made deals. But the deals were this. The deals were that we're going to do percentage-wise, and depending on what town and for whatever reason they made the deal. And then co-op advertising was such that we tell you which newspapers and TV and what day, because we had the knowledge that you're going to advertise. And if you do it and you give us the tear sheets and the paperwork that you did it according to our contract, we reimburse. I actually had to look at all of these theaters and all of these contracts, and I reimbursed them the money. That was my deal.
But you know what? That's in the past. We're here now.
No, it's not in the past, because it's knowledge that I had of how things work. And if there is an affiliate program, which is not my affiliate program, it's the affiliate program for the ImageKind site that has 55,000 other artists. So if I make it work, if I get people to make it work, it's not only my art that benefits, but every single one of those other artists who are struggling to figure out how to learn this social media, and the marketing people are telling them what to do and this thing and that thing. If it works with the affiliates, it'll work not only for me, but for every single artist on that site. And every day I meet people, whether they're mothers with little children that like art, or artists. I met yesterday an artist in Rockefeller Center from upstate New York who started at 50 and is doing watercolors. I said, you can put your art on there and get 3 free galleries. Anyone can, even you, if you doctor, if you have friends that are artists or yourself, you have art, you put it up, 3 free galleries, 4,000 images, you can start getting people to look at your work. So if the affiliates are in place and they see your work and they want to put it into their little galleries, they can make hundreds or thousands of galleries. Then there's a distribution channel that's unbelievably powerful. You talk about internet being powerful. And the tool that I gave you to sign up when you do, Carla, will show you exactly another way how they can take those little blogs with the different galleries and send it out all over the world, not just in the United States. I'm a mouthful. I am a mouthful. I do talk a lot when I have something to say and I know what I'm talking about. Because the most difficult thing is the distribution. And that's the business I was in. worldwide sales and distribution of motion pictures. Before there was ever videos, before there was CDs, before there was internet. That's where I am. And
You know what?
I'm using the tools here in the way that I know how they will work better than anyone else. I'm confident with that. But I got to get people to see it or to at least do it. Doctor.
Okay.
Did you see the link for So Cool before? You can sign up as well. And market whatever it is that you have through that channel. Did you get the link? Yeah? No?
You're asking me?
We get Jenny in.
Yes,
I
Dr.
will,
Salvano.
Yeah.
You know-
Jenny,
I got it.
I think.
Okay.
do
Sign
you
up.
want me to go out or so
No,
she
I-
can come?
no.
No, you had enough of me. See you later.
If anyone else wants to jump in, please do so. See, we have Bill here. I know
We have
Jenny
a very
Q was
nice-
here.
Philadelphia boy.
Yeah, feel free. I just kind of want to say to figure out how to raise our visibility in a way, and that's going to differ by individual. We're not all exactly cut from the same cloth. We have our own unique individuality, strengths, and so I mean, you want to portray yourself, be a brand evangelist for yourself to the extent that you have to put food on the table, support your family. We have to do that effectively, and we have to do that effectively on social media. We have to do it on Blab, and that's why Blab is so powerful. I think you get the authentic, real person. You get to hear them. You get to see them if their hotel Wi-Fi works. And as they use visual aids, and so not just the questions that can be asked. So it makes it kinesthetic too. But yeah, stick to what you know. I was reading and they were talking about people trying to fake the that they know something, and I'm trying to remember what the book was. It was like the Freakonomics series or something like that. I think it was in that book, and it was talking about how sometimes people find that they're faking that they know something and trying to tell people they know it. And if they do it on Blab, people are going to know. People are going to know that you're not real, that you're a fake, you're a fraud. Don't do that. Stick to who you are, what you are. Make sure that you're tied to your core and your soul. And if you do that, you're going to resonate. It's as simple as that. And that's why this platform is so powerful and so transformational. It can take all of us, to the finish line of what we think all our goals and dreams are, to live our legacy for the generations to come after us. And I think we have to think in those terms. We have to ask those questions. What is my legacy that I want to be here 3 generations after I'm dead? What will my daughter's legacy be? What will my grandchildren's legacy be? We have to have that kind of focus. If we don't, we're just going to meander all over the place. And understand not all who wander are lost, according to J.R.R. Tolkien, but you don't want to wander more than you have to. And you don't want to be lost more than you have to. So, I just want to make sure that we, have some understanding that we all are able to do that in different ways.
Wait a minute. Being lost, as far as I'm concerned, is wonderful. It's the absolutely most wonderful thing to be, because
it depends.
For me.
I'll give you a counter.
You have to ask my wife. When I'm lost, it's uncomfortable for a second, and then I realize because I'm lost, I'm going to find exactly where I want to be.
Or find where you're supposed to be.
There's no question. It always works. I always get exactly where I want to be when I'm lost. If I'm not sure and I think I know, it's wrong. It's wrong, because then I'm never going to get to where I want to be. It's when I'm lost and then I see it. It's so clear where I want to be when I get there. But that's it. I better get out. See you later.
Okay. See ya. Bill, you can jump in if you want. I don't know if you're able to or not. Anyone else want to jump in and discuss what Blab has done for you? I know I asked earlier if anyone has been here 100 days or more to let us know. I know Walter said he's been here 101 days. And I know Elaine Nieberding, who was here earlier, I think she was already at 106 or 108 the last time I talked to her. And she said, "Oh, rats, I should have done a show." And so I said, "Well, you can do one retroactively, call it 100 days, or do it in the future, you know." And for some people, that's not their thing. But yeah, Bill, 109, you've been on here longer than I have. So I want to find out what you learned in the first 9 days sometime. For me, there was a steep learning curve with this platform. It just seemed so different. And I'm on Periscope, I'm on Meerkat, and I'm comfortable with those. I don't use Meerkat a lot, but Periscope I've become more comfortable with. But the problem I have with Periscope is it's just not interactive enough. And the people that interact with you are maybe trolls or, or they're just people saying hi and that's about it, which is fine. I appreciate that. We all have something to say and that type of thing. But hey, Bill, welcome.
Hey there.
How are you?
I am fantabulastic.
Good.
New word for
Good
today.
to see you.
Likewise, Mr. Salvato. Likewise. How you been? It's good to see you up and around because I was kind of following you in the background a little bit and saw you had some health issues. Glad to see you're up and about and everything's working good for you, I would assume.
Yeah, that third round of chemo did its trick, and heaven doesn't want me. Hell's afraid I'm going to take over. So I'm here for the long haul. I wanted to say to what you just said, Jeremy, that for me, I mean, I've only been here for 15 days on Blab, and what kept me from coming onto Blab sooner was Periscope, because I absolutely hated what I was seeing on Periscope, seeing people that I look at the Periscope platform and say, hey, this is a fantastic platform for people who are doing an event, for television programs, anywhere where you want to see behind the scene. Like I watch TMZ's behind the scenes. I'm not ashamed to say that watching the behind, I won't watch their television program, but I love the behind the scenes of what goes into making a show. And there's a couple other programs that I watch, but then I saw all of these marketers trying to use Periscope in a way that was so self-centric, where they, I don't want to see you taking a walk in the, out in the shopping mall, and all you're doing is talking about yourself and how you want to peddle your wares, and how, frustrated you are that people aren't buying your message because you're just not bringing any value to the marketplace. And so I'm not talking about you, but I'm saying, the people I would see on Periscope. So I thought, oh, Blab's going to be another one of those deals. It's going to be like a Video Find Me, which started out great, and all of a sudden it turned into like the Spam of the Week club. And then I just one day, a friend of mine who was on Bill, I think, Reed Knox, said, I want you to jump on Blab for me, just so that I can try it out and do my first Blab. And we jumped on, and he's with a redox molecule company. And he said, since you're a doctor, we could talk holistic medicine. And we jumped on the Blab, and next thing you know, another doctor from across the country that neither one of us knew jumped on his Blab. And I thought, wow, this is pretty cool. And we're having a conversation and connecting, and we were connecting like we're doing here, like real heart to heart, person to person. There was great value there. And that was it for me. I said, when we were done, I said, Bill, the wheels are spinning in my head right now, because I can think of, the way I use Blab is every day of the week, I focus on a different topic that is of interest to me. I try and invite guests to be on at least one guest on each show, so that other people can have a reason to jump on because they see a real conversation. And it's just been unbelievable for me. It's to me, this is the game changer app. The killer app, I think, of the 21st century.
That's very well put. I appreciate putting it that way. That's very concise, too.
Thanks.
Yep. So, Bill, what did you learn in the first 9 days on Blab?
The first 9 days?
Or the first 109? You can
First
answer for the whole 100. Yeah, sure.
Well, I tell
in the
you
first
what,
100.
I don't even remember who it was that introduced me to this platform. But I sure am glad it did. I mean, the first few days, it didn't take me long to get the hang of what was going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And a good friend of ours, Jeremy, and Carla knows him too, Mr. Roy. You know, he said something that that really resonates with me as far as this platform goes. I was ready for this platform before I knew it existed, or before it even existed. Because we look at social media, and it's been kind of a pet peeve of mine for a while now that people say social media, but when you look at the whole of it, there's not a whole lot of social going on. Okay, this is social media.
Yeah.
This is interaction, and that's what social media means. I mean, it means communicating on a social level with each other. So,
right.
The first few days, I just hung around and kind of watched other people do their thing. And it took me a few days before I jumped into a conversation, but it was a conversation that piqued my interest. So I jumped in and I contributed to the conversation.
You know what, Bill? I have to admit, I've been on Facebook for a few years with the Laughter Revolution. I actually enjoy Twitter now. I don't know exactly how that happened, but I now enjoy Twitter. But it's true. What has given me the value with the Laughter Revolution on social media is here, because I can actually do a short session. I can make it become real for people. And when it becomes
I've seen you change.
People want to be a part of it.
Yeah, and I've seen that change in you since you've been on here, Carla. I really have, because when you first came on, you were looking for a way. You knew when you first came on what you wanted to do. Okay, as far as the Laughter Revolution goes, you didn't know how. And over the last few weeks and months here, I mean, I've seen you change. You've been on the Blabs, you've been talking with people, and it's opened you up.
Yep.
True.
And then the thing about Twitter, I'm willing to bet you, and this is just a hunch on my part, but your interaction with Twitter happened since you've been on Blab.
Yes and no. I've been doing it for about a year and a half, but I have been enjoying Twitter just recently. And not even, maybe in the past few weeks. And I think it has, I'll agree, I think it has a lot to do with Blab. It may have something to do with Periscope, except that when I get on Periscope, I feel like I'm talking to myself, and I have to force myself to do it because of that. Instead of feeling when I'm here, hey, there's Bill, I know him, and I get excited. Or there's Dr. I'm not even going
John
to
Michael.
John
Michael.
There's Dharmacharya, or there's Jeremy, and I get really excited because I actually feel I know you. Mm-hmm. And if it hadn't been for this platform, we would have never met.
That's the most wonderful thing about this platform. It gives all of us the opportunity to know each other. Not just type through a keyboard, because the keyboard cannot show emotions.
Right.
And text can't on a blog. And your Facebook posts can't via the text you're putting there, unless you're doing a short video or something. But there again, even the videos that I've seen in the past on Facebook, it's a one-way conversation. And most people feel like they have to be scripted and stiff and professional. Yeah. The true you never shows. Here, because of what it is, you get to see what's actually going on. You get to see the emotion, the feeling, the facial expressions, hear the inflections in the voice.
And people have had me in tears because of that recently too, because they're telling me how good this is, and I'm like, I don't know you. I mean, I don't know you, and then I realized, yes, I do know you.
And by the way, Carla, this year's
underline that. Write that down.
Yeah,
ahead,
this is
Bill.
just for you. This is just for Carla.
Then wait a minute. You missed the laughter meditation last.
Oh no, I didn't. I was laughing all the way out. Remember?
Yeah, but you didn't get. You only got a part of it. You didn't get the silent part. Do you want to do one?
Oh, I got my silent part after that. You know.
We'll do it sometime. I'm not going to push it on you.
Yeah, I'm going to make an executive decision, and since we've already had one, I want to try to make sure that we allow others to get in and speak and interact. And I appreciate you sharing it with us, Carla. But I think more than once,
we're not doing it. I was kidding.
It's going to be. I know. I figured. I can't see you though. You're audio only, and so is Bill. I don't know why. I probably
and you are to me.
Okay.
Well, and guys, I apologize because I'm really enjoying this, but I have to get running. I've got to be on another call at 9 o'clock. So
okay.
It was awesome connecting with you guys. Bill, it's great to. I think this is the first time Bill and I have actually connected by live video chat ever. We've always talked on IBO Toolbox and on Facebook. So Bill, it was a pleasure, doubly. But you guys, you've all won my heart tonight. So. I appreciate the opportunity to connect. I followed everybody. I want to make sure that we're followed. I know I followed you, Bill. Yeah. We will definitely. I'll definitely see you guys. Again. And I apologize that I got to run. So take care and namaste.
Thank you for
Understood.
coming, Dharma.
Thanks.
Okay,
Enjoyed
see
you.
you, Doc.
Good to meet you finally.
Jeremy, you're showing audio only to me, so maybe you want to refresh.
Well, you know what? I am in a crappy hotel Wi-Fi situation, Bill. I'm in Laughlin, Nevada. And so I've refreshed. Carla can tell you countless times. And I think I'm just going to suffer through it at this point. I don't.
Plus, you can wear whatever you want now.
Well, you never know. That Wi-Fi might pop on at the most inopportune time.
I've had people not adequately close the camera muted, and then I think Blab figured that out and ended up taking their video away. But if you're ironing your pants, it's not a good time to be on cam. Had somebody do that during.
It's okay if you're sitting down.
Well, but he was right in front of the camera, and I'm like, okay, what do I say? And he finally realized it and shut his camera off, or Blab shut his camera off, one of the two. But I'm going to have to go back some. And then when I watch the replay, he's audio only for the whole thing, which is interesting. I don't know. Strange. But yeah, there come grin and bear it moments in life. This is one of those grin and bear it moments. We can't see each other, but we can hear each other. And for me, that's good enough.
Yeah.
Along with that, I think I have 3 cats and a dog who haven't had their dinner yet because I've been blabbing with you, Jeremy.
Sure.
Yeah, and I just fed mine just a bit before I got on here.
Understood. Well, if you have to go, you have to go. I at some point want to eat dinner, and I have an early flight out of Vegas tomorrow, so I have to drive from Laughlin to Vegas early in the morning. They're saying get to Las Vegas airport 2 hours before a flight, which, wow, with this 8:10 flight, I've got to be there for something. So I'll take a little nap and then drive to Vegas.
And Bodhi just said, Mommy, I'm hungry.
Understood. Thanks, Carla.
So I am going
Enjoyed.
to pop off. Bill, thank you so very much. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Walter.
Yeah, thanks,
And
Walter.
I will
Looks
see
like
you.
Yeah, it
Keep
looks like
coming.
everybody but us left now. Just the three of us.
yeah. So now the question
Bye
becomes,
bye.
Now the question becomes, do I press pause, eat dinner, and then go back on the record, or maybe I should just stop?
It's totally up to you. You can always start it up another Blab, you know.
That's true.
Which reminds me, I got to
I think
schedule mine for Tuesday, because I got to tell you, Jeremy, that's one thing that I've been doing here lately. You know, about 3 years ago, I got laid off from my JOB, my just over broke thing. Okay. And did some MLM things, but nothing ever panned out because of my passion. It was just not me type of thing, you know.
Okay.
So now I'm going through a little exercise with a good friend of mine, and we're rediscovering me. And I'm doing it on Blab and recording it for the prosperity of others.
Interesting.
Because I know for a fact that there are a lot of people who are, you know, in the same kind of situation where they're not sure what their passion is, okay?
Right.
And then how to use it.
Right.
And how can you monetize it?
Yep.
So we're going through this whole discussion. So we've gone through passion. Last week we went through purpose and why, and now we're going to do a little session on narrowing your niche, or narrowing my niche. And then we'll start talking about things from there. You know, because I want to get into things like, you know, when you do start monetizing, because I know all this stuff, but I have never implemented it, including writing down business plans and all that. So I want to get into that, but I want to get into the fact of giving before you get. So I want to get into that whole discussion.
That's great. Have you read The Go-Giver yet by Bob Berg?
No, it's been recommended to me, but I haven't yet. I am, to be honest with you, I'm not a big, huge reader. I mean, I've read a couple of books. I mean, I started Danny Johnson's book, and I think I got that down here somewhere. Yeah, First Steps to Wealth. Okay. So I started that. I've read most of the Master Key System. I've read Think and Grow Rich. I want to read the Science of Getting Rich. I haven't gotten into that one yet. Mm-hmm. So,
have you read 3 Feet from Gold yet?
No, if that's a book, but I mean, it's probably based on Napoleon Hill's book.
It is published by the Napoleon Hill Foundation, or they allow the publication of it. And we're about to launch a show based on that book very soon. So we'll be hearing more about that shortly. I can't remember if you heard about this before, but it'll be a show that Pod Tran and I will be co-hosting with each other. So, yeah, I just finished the book while I was here, so I thought I'd ask you. I thought it was a fantastic book, and it was, you know, I lost my job a year ago, so I can relate to, you know, how difficult to work through and figure out what your new path is. And are you using like specific strength finders or anything like that, or what are you using as the skeleton to figure this out?
Actually, nothing in particular. It's, you know, the person that I've been working with, and I got a couple other people who want to get involved, but, you know, that I've known for many, many years. Mm-hmm. But this young lady is somebody who I've known and knows me. Okay. So me talking to her about this stuff, I don't have a qualm with, you know, or a problem with. If it was a total stranger, I wouldn't be reacting the same way I am, if you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah.
You know, so, but because I know her, she knows me. I mean, we can have an open dialogue and discussion about it.
Yeah. You know, question for you, and I don't know if this is going to help you, but for me, it revealed something very powerful that I wasn't aware that was there, and I blurted it out of my mouth, and it kind of pointed me the positivity path. But there was a video thing on Google Plus, and I can't remember, it was some business networking outfit that hosts these. But anyway, this co-host asked me to be her plus one. And so they asked both of you questions. They asked, the first question is, who are you? And the second question is why, and why. So there are three sequential whys based on the question, who are you? And by the time I got to why, I was talking about being an optimist and trying to spread the positivity and positivity patrol around the world. And I think at that point I realized, oh, wow, this is big stuff. And this is stuff that's at my core. And this is something I need to do something with and try to spread positivity around the world. And if I hadn't had that 30-minute discussion, I'm not sure I would have blurted that out. I'm not sure I would have had that internal realization how important that was to me. And so I just, if anything like that is helpful to you, I mean, some people that might be revealing for others, if they're, if you're trying to keep the whys related to each other, it's a very valuable exercise. But it's difficult. By the time you get to the third why, you feel like, wow, I've told you all this already. Why are you even asking me the questions? So, but it allows people to unveil who they really are and really try to.
I would tend to get hung up on the why. And I'm learning to work my way through some of that stuff now because, to be honest with you, it was when I started. I mean, I was a little nervous even opening up about it, but it was a matter of I know I have to do something, right? Just don't know exactly what that something is. I mean, we've kind of figured out, what my passion and purpose really is, but now we got to narrow it down even more, because it's to help people, plain and simple. Exactly. That's it. Okay. Mm-hmm. But there's more to it than that. Like I can, help people. Like one of the first things I ever did when I was on Blab was when new people would come on and they'd go into test, I'd jump in there and help them out.
Yeah.
Okay. So, things like that, I'm very good at figuring out, programs and things like that, and people talk about the meerkats and the periscopes, and I've only done like two scopes, and they were like nothing, they were like what Dr. Savada was saying, just showing the sunset up at the lake, Yeah. And
well, they can be very difficult because you just feel like your creativity is, after 100 scopes or so, you feel like, wow, I've used up all my material. Now I really have to get creative and think of other unique things. But that platform is not the same as Blab. Do you agree?
Yeah, no, it's got its own purpose. If you're going to get serious about using something like Periscope, I mean, you could use it for the personal stuff like what Dr. Salvato was talking about, but that's only going to go so far as an audience goes. True. Type of thing. I mean, you look at the ones that are using it successfully, and if you go ask them and talk to them about it, what they do is they plan them out. Yeah. So they have an idea what they're going to talk about. I mean, none of them really script it per se, but they know what topic they're going to be discussing. And they know that they have enough material that they can talk about for a good 15 minutes. The rest of that conversation comes from the feedback.
Yeah. And we need to have a Blab strategy too, don't we? I mean, you were talking about you're trying to plan a show for Tuesday or something. Mm-hmm. I try to plan mine out in advance, and sometimes I have to move them for schedule reasons. But and you have to figure out. It's been very eye-opening to me is how much time it takes to prepare a high-quality Blab that you're hosting. especially if it's something
Well,
that's
that's where I'm
educational and interactive. Whoa, some of these blabs, I mean, it'll take 8 to 10 hours to prepare for, and I'm not kidding.
I
to know
don't
what
do
you're
that.
talking about and have all your material, and that's not every blab. Some are a little more
I,
spontaneous, but some I like to be more academic. Some think I'm too professorial sometimes, but I do feel like a professor sometimes. I don't know why.
well, that could be your personality type too, but
Could be.
you know,
Or what I wear. Something think I dress like a professor, so then I act like one in Blab sometimes. It's possible. I don't know.
no, I just basically shoot from the hip. Like, I'm planning in my mind, the process of this journey.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a matter of opening up those discussions. I mean, and we've run both of those blabs that I've done so far. I've run over an hour each one.
Mm-hmm. Good.
So, and as a matter of fact, when I asked Tula about helping me out with this, she said, yeah. And then when I tweeted it out, she said, that blab is not private, it's public. I said, yeah, I know that. So I explained to her, says, that my thinking was, if by doing this, and I'm going to be taking the content from here and putting it on my blog as well, and then writing a little article about each blab that I do. So I've got 2 of them in the can waiting to get done now. So, once I get to a certain point, then I can start writing those blogs on a weekly basis, because like these first 2, there was a span because of Thanksgiving and deer hunting and all that, where couldn't do it each week.
Yep.
But the way my thinking was, if what we do by having this type of discussion can help just one person, then it was worth recording it and sharing it.
And isn't that what we're doing?
Yep.
Aren't we doing what what Roy Montero would call frienducation?
Mm-hmm.
And what is frienducation to you? I have a blab planned on this on Tuesday, and I hope I can get a lot of people to talk about this, because I think it's important.
Well, Tuesday's the day I'm going to do mine at noon Central.
Okay.
So, I don't know. If the times don't conflict, I'll be there. But
yeah, mine's at 1, so it might be okay. Or you could come and it works for you.
Yeah. But the frienducation thing, and like Roy said, he didn't come up with that term. A friend of his did. So, and I think it's a great term. Or was it frienducation or net friending that he didn't come up with? One of those 2. Anyway.
Well, yeah, net friending someone else brought to Roy.
Right.
And so he's using the hashtag, and I think has a website on it. And frienducation, I think Roy did come up with that. Okay. And maybe somebody, I don't remember if that was his own individual insight or not, but that resonated with me. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you why. Because my mom was a school teacher. My sister is a school teacher. My brother-in-law. I mean, education runs through our family. And even the people that are not educators are educating within their careers, in the military or in other contexts. So I don't know. I think it's a powerful reminder that just because we have a degree, or we think we finished our conventional education in a institution of higher learning, if we went to one, it doesn't end. We're lifelong learners. And if we can give people value, and we're receptive to them giving us educational value, it's a wonderful opportunity. I mean, we can soak up knowledge like sponges if we're willing to, but I think sometimes we're not bold and courageous enough to do that. We really feel like, oh, I've learned enough. I'm done with tests. And, I have to admit, after taking the exam, I said, I'll never take another test in my life. And then what did I do? I go and get other certifications right to take more tests. So say never.
Yeah, never say never when it comes to learning. But, I mean, frienducation is I think really one of the keys behind, and maybe another way to put relationship building, because it's a two-way street.
True.
When you first meet somebody, you're learning about them and they're learning about you. That's frienducation. And it's part of building the relationship.
Right.
So, yeah. And as far as the taking the test goes, you don't have to go to a college to take a test.
Oh, I know. You can go online and take all kinds of tests. You can even take personality tests.
No, you don't even have to do that, Jeremy. All you have to do is, you're laying in bed in the morning. Here's the test. Are you going to get up? It's a test. Believe me, it's a test. Are you going to get up? Or are you going to lay there? It's a test. Trust me. So everything in life is a test. Every choice you make is a test.
Yeah.
So
it's all about how we respond to those tests and rise above those challenges, and not being intimidated by the size of the challenge or test or obstacles that surface,
right.
which are countless.
Whether you talk about sizes big or small.
True.
That's
true.
So, well, you know what? I think I'll go let you eat, and I'll go back up to visiting with my wife for a little while.
Sounds good.
And nice to see you in the room.
Good to see you, Ha. I'm thinking about taking a dinner break and just pressing pause on this. And if other people come in, I might restart the recording. I might not. I want to kind of leave it open, though, because I know there are things that are going on that are large and significant that other people might want to put on the record with this. And I don't want to leave out that opportunity. So,
yeah, I see this, a lot of people doing this, like celebrating their 100 days on Blab or what, okay. But, to me, it's just a continuation of building relationships and meeting people.
It's all about the return on that relationship, isn't it? You have to build it.
I mean, because if you look at the front page of Blab, which Blabs you're not going to go into. I look at them and I look at who's in them, and most of it's based on the title. There's a lot of things out there that just don't interest me.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I've been asked, and I've seen it asked, if they think that those types of Blabs are going to be around for, any length of time. Well, they'll be around as long as you get one or two people that are hanging out there, and that's what they're going to use Blab for. Now, are they going to be the most popular people or have the most popular Blabs? Probably not.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be those that actually engage in conversation that are going to have the... Oh, Nani's here too. Hi, Nani. Haven't talked to you in a little while.
I've talked to her too. I don't know. It's been a couple of weeks, I think. But let me explain what we're doing. I'm probably about to pause this to eat dinner. And we may stop it entirely, or we may continue it after dinner, just depending on whether others want to drop in and speak or listen. I'm open to either way, but I do have an early flight out of Las Vegas tomorrow, so I want to make sure that I get a little bit of rest before I drive there from Laughlin, Nevada. So
probably a good idea.
Yeah, I think so. Well, especially hairpin serpentine turns in the dark. Not looking forward to that part. I'm going to have to be very caffeinated.
Yeah. Come April, I'm going to have a long drive too from here in Wisconsin out to San Diego, pulling a 33-foot trailer with me.
Oh, wow. So, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we're got a niece out there on my wife's side who's getting married in April, so we're going to go down for the wedding. And we figured that I just take my house with me and spend a little time visiting out there. So
Good.
It's about a
Sounds
30-hour drive if I drive straight through, and I don't think that's going to happen.
No, don't. At least take a couple breaks. That's about 5 days of maybe 4 days of driving, depending on.
Nah, not that many.
Sometimes we're doing construction, and it takes a little longer than you think. So, but you will arrive at your final destination. Just be patient.
Oh yeah,
and persist and persevere.
Oh yeah. Well, the one thing I got to be careful of, and it's going to make the trip a little bit longer, is I'm going south before I go west, because I'm not going over the Rockies, you know, up by Denver. Not even in April, some of those passes are closed.
Yeah, that's tough driving. I've been there when it's, December and January when it's even February when it's even worse. So
yeah,
I remember what it's like.
Yeah, I mean, it gets they close those roads down in a hurry nowadays. Put the barriers down, saying, "No, we're not gonna let you drive on that now."
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm gonna head down probably around Flagstaff and go over the ridge there.
Oh, cool, good route.
So, that way at least I don't, might run into a little bit of weather, but it ain't gonna be, get that far south. It shouldn't be too much snow at the higher elevations.
Right.
So.
Cool.
And I've pulled that trailer in snow before, and it's just, I can do it, but it's kind of sometimes like white knuckling it.
Oh, I know. Slow down. Be careful. You'll get there eventually. So.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna jump off and let you go. And if you're still on after a bit, I might jump back on. I still got to go over some music for tomorrow morning at church, but. That's just a little review thing I got to go through.
So do you play at church or sing? Which one do you do?
Yes.
I didn't know you did that.
Yes, I do.
Cool.
Yeah. I've played trumpet, I do guitar, and sing.
Wow. Man of many talents.
Yeah, the only thing they won't let me do is take my guitar up to the ambo and as a cantor. So.
Well, we all have our liturgical.
I suppose they have to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, the first time I was asked to go up to the ambo and sing, I said, "The what? The what?" And I should have known. I should, I've been doing music at church since I was in grade school, so I've never heard anybody call it that before until very recently. I don't know why. So yeah, but
it's kind of always been called an ambo, but back when they did masses in Latin, nobody knew.
Oh, I know. Yeah, back then it was something else. I don't know. I don't know what it was then.
So anyway, I don't know if Hal wants to jump in and just hang out with you while you eat, but you still got to go get something to eat. You can't just.
Oh no, it's already here. I planned ahead.
Well,
yeah.
There you go.
I knew this would maybe go for hours, so I stocked up on all kinds of drinks too. So I would go leave and find them in the casino.
There you go.
It's a casino hotel. What can I say?
Yeah.
When the hotel is paid for, you don't argue. You just stay where you're supposed to stay.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's not like you have to go down there and participate in that stuff.
That's true. Yeah, and I'm not really in favor of that. As a former bankruptcy lawyer, I saw that destroy a lot of lives. So
yeah, well, it's like my wife likes to go there to the casino every once in a while, and I'll go there, and she'll run around doing her thing, and I sit at one machine, and I don't like this push button stuff. I want the old crank style, and I don't like the tickets either. I want to put those tokens in and hear them go through the mechanics of the machine, and I just sit there and play the same one just very slowly until she's done, and then we go.
Why can't we just play cribbage or canasta or something old fashioned like that? What happened to those games? What happened to cribbage and canasta?
They're still around, but for me, cribbage is reserved for deer hunting and ice fishing and those types of situations, or the nights are long and you got to have something to do.
Yeah. And not many
But,
people know how to play them either anymore. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I still play cribbage. Canasta,
Okay.
I haven't played that for years. But, yeah. I mean, there again, that gets back to what we were talking about earlier, Jeremy. Socialism. Or socializing, rather. It's become a lost art.
Yeah.
And,
Connecting human to human is something that we've lost. But I think here on Blab, I think it's back.
well, it's on its way back.
Well, I think it is back at least with a lot of us, and maybe I need to work on it myself. I think we all need to work on it from time to time. But if really aware,
that's the part of something. That's something that we should. Yeah, that's something that we should all be working on constantly every day. Because the whole, society has changed. Everybody says we live in the instant gratification era, and it's true. But
You're right.
How did all that come about? It came about because values have changed.
Yep.
And a lot of it's come from the TV and the news and where you get the news. Everybody's being programmed and they don't even know it.
Yeah. So be contrarian and don't be programmed. And if you are contrarian, contact me because I have some big ideas you're going to be hearing about soon. I'm being serious. I'm not just making that up.
Yeah, it's like I'll watch TV every once in a while, but I'm kind of picky about what I like. I like to watch shows like Green Acres, the Beverly Hillbillies.
Oh, yeah, Beverly Hillbillies is fun.
Well, that's back when entertainment was entertainment, and everybody.
It was funny. It was genuine. It still is funny. Even the Green Acres song is something, I don't know what it is, but these shows from my childhood seem to resonate with me more than, today. I don't even know what this cultural stuff is anymore. Maybe I should, and I have to for my daughter's sake. We have to know what forms of media she's consuming and how much and where to draw the line. And so we say no TV during the week. Unless it's not a school special or you plead your case or something. But that's the rule my parents have for us. And it helped me a lot.
Well, think about it. Back when
I would have, I wouldn't have liked school as much if I was able to watch.
How old are you, Jeremy?
I'm 47.
Okay. So you still remember the days when there was only one TV in the house.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And who had the control?
My parents, which explains why it was off all the time, what was one of the most brilliant things that they did. Mm-hmm. If they had been more lenient with that, I think about some of the things, just looking at what's on TV now and calling that a program or calling that entertainment, it really stretches the imagination. Granted, that's subjective to some extent, but some of it is not. Some of it is objectively junk.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing. We're being programmed. Because who's telling you that that's entertainment?
Hollywood.
It's not you.
No.
And
if we're watching Blabs instead of television, Bill, here's a great example of how transformative Blab has been for me.
Well, that's just
I'm traveling to.
I don't just watch Blabs. I get involved in Blabs. That's different.
Sometimes you can only, if you're traveling, you can pretty much only watch or listen.
Right.
So but this, Southwest Airlines, they said, "Oh, hey, free channels of TV," and I said, "Oh, I don't care. Just tell me what free books I can read on the plane." What I really wanted, Bill, was I wanted free Blab. I don't care about free TV because I saw what they wanted to give me. I said, "No, this is 19 channels of junk and ESPN. Okay, redeeming value there." But I wanted free Blab, and it was frustrating because PosiCon was on Friday, and with my Positivity Patrol work, I should have been on there. And the best I could do at travel was to pop in, just to tweet it out and try to listen from the airport because I I knew I wasn't going to have good Wi-Fi at Phoenix Airport. So
Yeah.
But we all have our struggles, our challenges, and we have to try to find ways to overcome them on Blab, outside of Blab, and outside in the universe. So at this point, we're going to pause the recording, and this may resume later after dinner, or it may not. I don't know. But nevertheless, I want to thank everybody that's been here. Bill, thank you. Thank you to all my people that have co-hosted this, popped in, made comments. Appreciate all your support, encouragement, and all you've done to teach me more about Blab and to teach me more about myself, my gifts, my strengths, and maybe where I should be going. And hopefully I can do the same for all of you. So at this point, we're either pausing or ending the recording. You will find out later. I'm keeping you all in suspense. Hey, this is Jeremy Murphy. I'm back on the record, and we are in Laughlin, Nevada still. I came to Laughlin to run the first Run Laughlin half marathon. And so I ran that this morning. Very tough course, very hilly. Was hoping for a little bit better time, but given that I had a rib injury and was taped up, I think I did pretty well. I was a little disappointed I didn't place in my age group. I really wanted a free beer stein. That was the prize, were these gigantic free beer steins. And I just, after running a half marathon, you're very thirsty and you need something to drink. And maybe it'll be water in some cases. Maybe it won't. I love this race. I love how they handled it. Let me show you the medal. Looks like this. I'm gonna zoom in. I ran a 1:47, and I was hoping to run something closer to maybe 1:40 or so, but the hills were more than I expected. And when I realized that when we were on the trail portion of the course and realized how much we were going uphill, but it was a very entertaining race. At about the 5 mile mark, there's this guy dressed up like Black Bart with a black hat, and he just kind of jumps out at you and he pretends like he's going to chase after you and all this. And so I had to tell him, no, I think I'm going to keep running. I really don't want to. I really don't want to be a part of that. So on the way back down the hill, we had to go by Black Bart again. I don't know if he's Black Bart. He just kind of looked like it, cowboy with a black hat, clearly a bad guy, That's the rumor. So I tried to warn people about Black Bart on the way down the hill. So it was a wonderful race. The reason why I came to this race, didn't really know anything about it, and I was participating in Run Chat on Twitter. And Canuck Runner, I don't know if you know about Run Chat or not, but it's on Twitter every Sunday night. It varies by time, but we had a contest, a Run Chat Hunt contest. It's a scavenger hunt where you take pictures of certain things and then you have to tag them with that on Twitter. And so one of my pictures or more was selected as a winner of a free entry to the Run Laughlin inaugural half marathon. They also have a 5K here, shorter race, primarily for kids or, runners who don't feel like they're in training for the full half marathon. And this is a tough course. If you're going to run this course, you need to do a lot of hill work or you're not going to be prepared for it. Fortunately, I have a Boston Marathon treadmill with a 20% incline. And so in the winter, I was training on the cliffs of mohair simulation and just very, very tough courses. So I had the muscle memory to handle the hills, but I had to go back to that or I had to go back to that or the Denver Marathon. The elevation changes reminded me a lot of the Denver Marathon that I ran in 2008. So I had to dig deep and, was able to reel in a 1:47, which interestingly enough, there were people in their 20s that I beat a couple people in their 20s that ran about 5 minutes slower than I did, that placed in their age group. But of course, my age group was more competitive. And I don't know. I did stop to take a lot of pictures. I was asked by Run Chat to sort of cover this and report back to them on this race. And I will write up a review on BibRave on BibRave is on Twitter, and you can do race reports. Yes, I'm a masters runner too. I'm 47, so I'm becoming aware that the body doesn't always go as easily or as quickly or as painlessly as before, and that we have to make modifications in our plan to make our running optimal. So that's really why I was here. I was here to run the Run Laughlin race. They provided a free race entry for me and are also paying for the hotel room here. So all I had to do is, basically pay for transportation and meals. And I said, I'm good with that. I've, first time race in a place I don't get to go to very much. I'll do that. So it's what we call a racecation. A racecation is a combination of a race and vacation. We just call it racecation, one word. Somebody made that up. Some runners came up with that and used it on Twitter. Let's see. Did I run any fulls or ultras this fall? No, I ran a full marathon in May, ran the Lincoln Marathon, and was fortunate to run the fastest full marathon I've run since 2004. And other than that, I've been doing short races. I ran I ran a 10-mile race in the summer, ran a shorter one, like a 5-mile race in September. But I'm also a run streaker. So I run a mile or more a day, every day. And today is the 747th day in a row. And I guess the only relevance of that is, the Boeing 747, certain numbers stick in your head. I love the Boeing planes. And so anytime a run streak number falls in one of the Boeing plane numbers that are prominent, I use that visually to try to connect with other runners and say, hey, this is the Boeing 747 day of my run streak. So, it's better than just saying it's just a number. But, oh, cool. You're a marathon maniac. It's interesting. People see my Blab picture, and you relate to this. Since it's a yellow jersey, it's actually a jersey that I wore in my first ultra, and it's not a marathon jersey, but of course people that see it small, it just looks yellow. And so those of us that are marathoners, we know, we see a yellow jersey or yellow shirt, we think either marathon maniac or somebody that's on a team that's using yellow shirts. So that, when we realized that was resonating with people, my wife wisely told me that you better not change your picture, because other runners are seeing that and they think you're either a marathon maniac or a maniacal marathoner. And I guess it's more the latter for me. I'm technically not a marathon maniac. I'm thinking about maybe doing the half. Sorry. Thinking about doing the half marathon maniac. Might be a little easier for me to manage. We have a small daughter, and so, she's a tweenager. And so with her activities and mine, half fanatics, I guess is what they're called. So, I have a couple people that have done the half fanatic thing, and they're trying to twist my arm on it. And I'm trying to resist, but I know resistance is futile on this. I'm too crazy about running to not do it someday. It's just a matter of when. And maybe I should do the full marathon maniac thing, because I generally love the fulls more. Although I will say this half marathon today, just the test and challenge of it was fantastic. I mean, there were hills there that oh boy, if you haven't trained on hills, I could just tell people were demoralized and, or undertrained, tired. It was very entertaining. There was a lady that ran the half today who, sorry, been talking a lot, so I'm starting to lose my voice. So I'll drink more coffee. This lady was dressed in a showgirl costume, full costume, combined with the running suit, and then she had the feather hat on her head. And it was a windy day, so she was trying to keep the feathers on. She was trying to keep the feather headdress on for the whole race. And so I noticed, I got, I saw her a couple times because there were kind of loops. And so we'd see people as we double backed on the course. And I saw she had her feather hat on for at least 5 miles. And then at some point when we were on the trail portion going uphill, I saw that she was holding the feather hat in her hand and kind of looked frustrated with it. But one thing I love about races like this is that people support each other. People encourage each other. They give each other high fives, and from random fist bumps to actual high fives. And the feather wearing showgirl running today, she was one of those people that was giving people high fives. And as a running coach, I can't tell you how much that picks you up to have a high five from anybody during your race, especially little kids, especially the kids that line these courses and put out their hands. Of course, all the kids today, they're holding water because they didn't have, they didn't have enough people to have sufficient volunteers without having the kids hand it out. But I was very entertained that the showgirl apparently ran this whole race in a showgirl costume combined with the running suit with this funny pink feather hat, just like something you would see in Vegas, I guess. I don't really go to Vegas much, but it was very entertaining to me. And I'm glad that she was one of the people I gave a high five to. There were others that I did too, but it just is something that made us laugh and appreciate the race more, to see the things that show the uniqueness of this race. Hey there. Wow.
So I'm a little camera shy. So that's
okay.
These are the 4 I pulled off this season. The first was Chicago, and it was my wife's first. Chicago, highly recommended. The course is flat as a pancake. It is a very easy course. Then I did, and I have no idea where it is. I did, here it is. Toronto. I'm a Torontonian. I hate to say it, but it ain't the greatest race. Whereas Chicago, you got about 50,000 people about 1 million people on the street screaming. Toronto, you just don't get that. Mm-hmm. Then I did Niagara, which was quite neat. I don't know if you can see it, but it's got a spinner, and it spins between the American and Canadian flag. And the reason it does that is because it starts in Buffalo and ends in Niagara Falls on the Canadian side. So you actually run over the border. And then this was my favorite. New York. I got in via the lottery finally. I'd been trying a number of years. I got in via lottery. It was my worst race by far. You were saying today you had a lot of elevation, a lot of hills. New York kind of has that with the bridges, but they do. You just don't notice
I people about those bridges. Yeah. I still warn people about every bridge in the New York Marathon. I say that's the hidden secret you're going to learn when you run this race for the first time.
And I kind of read about it. I knew what to expect, but you just don't kind of feel them. They're not that acute. But when I got onto Fifth Avenue at about 17 miles. Fifth Avenue just goes on forever. And before I even reached Central Park, I was already in pieces. So I have unfinished business in New York. That's going to be my next one. But right now I've got nothing on the race calendar. So my question for you is I generally don't like to do the same thing twice. I generally like the big marathons. So what's by you that's worth doing?
I really love the Dallas Marathon. Have you run that one yet?
I haven't. I mean, I'm in Toronto, so the Eastern Seaboard or any Northeast states are easy to get to. Dallas is a bit of a commitment, and ironically, being a Canadian, unless I'm mistaken, was the Dallas Marathon canceled a year or two ago because of snow?
Yeah, snow and ice and cold. But yeah, hey, the New York Marathon was canceled because of Hurricane Sandy.
That's a different story, but I know, I'm in Toronto, we get snow. I know, like in Atlanta, they get like a centimeter of snow and the whole city shuts down. They don't know what to do with it.
You have to understand, though, I mean, the Dallas Marathon not being conducted on that day, I don't think that had ever happened.
Yeah,
ever.
I would absolutely do Dallas.
Dallas gets ice, yeah, but usually the ice in January and the marathon's in December. The reason it's magical to me is I got 2 PRs there.
You're not a Texan.
No, I went to college down there. So it was kind of my home away from home, hometown marathon.
So anyway, and if you take a look at the shelf, it's quite disturbingly narrow. But here's my new dream. I'd really want to do the Comrades in South Africa.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a huge race.
So I want to do that, and I want to get 100 miler done, and then I can retire.
Have you done a 50? Have you done a 50 miler?
Generally I've done a few ultras. Actually, the last ultra I did was an 8-hour indoor ultra in January. January. There's an indoor ultra at the local university, and basically you're running 8 hours on a circular track. Granted, I wasn't alone. I pulled off just over 63-ish kilometers.
Wow.
And it was just, it's not like going, you think, you do a marathon, it's only another 20K. It's just excruciating at that point.
Yep.
So I don't know. I think I've got to do it just to get it out of my system, but I need a nice, something with a very generous time frame, like a 24-hour open course, something I could do it. I could stop, I could eat, I could, change shoes, massage, whatever I need to do to keep it going. Because, I don't know. I'm a bit of an imposter. I'm not really, I'm an ex-smoker. I was never a gifted athlete. So I came by running as an adult. That being said, I want to see what I can do. And even, I'm 41 or almost 41. I don't think my PRs are behind me necessarily.
Oh, no, you'd be surprised. You start pushing. I'm seeing PRs drop now that my marathon one, I am having trouble touching. That one goes back to 89. But some of the others, I know my half marathon time today wasn't what I wanted it to be, but it's still the fastest one in the Garmin era. So,
I think my challenge is twofold. One, whenever I tend to do speed-oriented work, I get injured. So when I really drop the hammer and start picking up speed, it's never the same thing twice, but it's either fascia pain or knee or Achilles or hamstring, something, right? That's the nature of the beast. The other thing is I tend to be a very diligent runner. If I got a 30K on my training schedule, no problem, I do it. But nutritionally, I'm a bit of a disaster. And if I really want to chase that next PR, I've got to cut the weight. And, I'm carrying 30 pounds more that I probably don't need. And I'm able to cut the weight. I just can't do it in a sustained way. Like I can do it for the purposes of a race. It's kind of miserable doing it. I'm a bit of a bear doing it. And it's not a lifestyle change. It's more like just deprivation, and it happens. So I'd rather learn to eat well properly and find a way to make it last, and also probably do more well-rounded work. I know when my PR came in the midst of triathlon training. So I think the swimming and the biking kept my cardio up, kept me off my feet a little bit more, added a little bit more strength or insulation from injury, and it all came together. You know, but still, my Boston PQ time, you know, even when I turned 40, so it went from sub 305 to sub 310. Like, it ain't happening. You know, I don't know what miracle people are out there that can do these things. You know, it would require another half hour off my PR. It's just not happening.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'd love to do Boston, but it'll be a function of charity entry one day.
You know, sometimes it happens when you least expect it. And I haven't qualified for Boston, but I know, well, I have a great friend who became what I would call an accidental marathoner, partly because I told him, hey, Phil McCarthy, you should do this. And he discovered that he wasn't really a marathoner per se, but that he had deep ultra gifts. And now he's an elite ultra marathoner and frequently on the American 24-hour team or 48-hour team. He won a 6 in New York. I mean, it's just amazing how he discovered this and kindled it and then took it to an entirely, partly because of it just mental strength. But I think a lot of what you're talking about, you know, I had a wake-up call personally, you know, a couple of years ago. I suddenly found out I had high cholesterol, triglycerides. And as a marathoner, you know, that just seems logically impossible. You know, we're supposed to ridiculously high HDL if we're handling stress well, not have high triglyceride problems. And I realized I just kind of was eating what I felt like. You know, you get this invincibility sometimes. You think you can do whatever you want and we're just going to run it off and we'll be healthy and stress later. We'll get to that eventually. And I realized, no, I have to deal with this. My doctor finally told me, look, you have to do something. You have to make changes. And I asked her, well, what should I do? And she said, I don't know. You got to go figure that out. So,
yeah, I understand. I mean, I don't think a non-runner can appreciate the sort of, like, after a long run, what the appetite is like. It's not immediate, but like, you know, you just stripped yourself of thousands of calories and you know, and will overconsume them on the back end and things like that. But yeah, listen, I think I know what it is I'd have to do to improve. And I agree. I would never say never. It's always possible. But I actually, you know, it was interesting. It was my wife. Chicago was my wife's first. She had sworn she'd never run a marathon, but, you know, she ran 10K and then she ran a half and she said, fine, I'm going to do it. This will be one and done. I think she'll do it again, though. But she ran Chicago with me. And because I was running with her and it was probably about 30 seconds a kilometer off my pace, so it was a significantly slower marathon for me, but I absolutely loved it. I mean, that experience was just great because I actually got to go and, you know, do it for her, and it wasn't especially difficult, and you know, I felt strong at the end, which is not something you typically get. Anyway, I quite loved it, so I'm glad to see that, you know, attitude matters a lot, you know, and ego gets, you know, ego gets in the way of runners, and we do dumb things. I'm the worst person to go with any training group. I mean, I will go and I can't, I don't know. I'll go to a training group and try to outrace people who I know are faster than me. And there's no point on any given Sunday morning, but, you know, I really need to be doing it by myself to keep myself in check.
Like to overdo
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this, for next fall, but I really have nothing on the calendar, and I'm not a good person without a schedule in front of me. So I got to find something for spring.
Yeah, I'm looking for a 50 miler myself, and I don't even know that. I'm looking at 100K because I've only run one competitive 50K, but I did run a 50K in one day that was part of a bizarre men versus women's running team challenge. And in order for the men to win, I had to run a 50K in one. And so I said, okay, I'm going to do it. So that was a competitive one, but it reminded me, I still can do this. Even if it's January, I can still run that distance in 1/8. Some of it's inside and some of it's outside. So Yeah, I don't. I'd love to run some races in other countries. I know, Rock and Roll Dublin is sending me mail, and of course, it's in Irish American runners after me a
I've never
little.
run a rock and roll marathon ever, which is
I
interesting
haven't either.
because every American I know have run multiple, but there's only one. Or there was Montreal had one in Canada,
Okay.
and then Vancouver, which is the other side of the country, is not easy to get to. I've never run a
Yeah.
rock and roll one. I hear people with mixed reviews about them.
Yep.
I've never run Disney either, and I want to. I heard they're fabulous.
Yeah, I haven't done that either. It seems like with Disney, you either do the 4-day experience, the
The Dumbo.
the race, yeah, the Dumbo Challenge or the Goofy Challenge. I know several people that do both of them. What about the Space Coast Marathon in Florida is kind of far for you too, isn't it?
I did Miami one year, and it's interesting because Miami was supposed to be one of these, I don't know, like one of the top 10 races to do. I didn't love it so much. Some things had nothing to do with the race itself. I mean, I trained for it basically through the Canadian winter. It's in January. So I trained when it was quite cold here and it was a warm day there. And the conditioning was a little bit awkward that way. But the course itself, there was a number of out and backs, which I don't really like. There wasn't a lot of crowd support. This was the ING Miami Famous, whatever it is.
Okay.
Hold on. This one. So it was fine, but it wasn't.
Metal.
It wasn't. Yeah, it's a spinner also.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't. I don't know. I didn't love it. Whereas Chicago and New York are honest to goodness magic from start to end.
I agree. At least I've done New York. Chicago, I've heard only good things about it. I don't know anybody. Well, other than the year that they ran out of water or whatever. With the weather.
That was a freak heat year.
That wasn't their fault. They just weren't ready for it.
Yeah. Well, listen. I mean, that being said, you're the race director. You plan all year for one event. You plan for every contingency in God's green earth.
That's true. You're right.
So, I mean, certainly I think when you're a race director, you're under that pressure. Like, do I make a call? Do I not make a call? I remember, it was either this year or last year, and I had some friends running the Tel Aviv marathon, and it was freakishly hot even for Israel when they did it. And, and I think 2 people died and there were multiple people requiring treatment. And if you're a race director and it's in the 90s, you don't run it. Like,
that's
you
gotta,
sorry folks, but this is not a good idea.
Right.
And you can't tell the runners, hold back or take it easy. They can't.
True.
That's so I need, Chicago, even they were this past year, I think it was low 70s when we started, and it got to maybe the high 70s, even the low 80s. And they were, I think they went from green flag to like orange flag, which is not, not the black flag, but still there were sponges everywhere. There was hydration everywhere. I mean, medical, you could see all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
They're on top of it. But there's nothing you can do when it's 95 degrees. There's just no way you can do it.
Yeah.
Or do it safely.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to mention my friend that I told you about, Phil McCarthy, the ultra runner. He has what they call the Great New York Expeditionary Race or something like that. And he's the race director. And it's like either a 50 or 100 mile race. You take your pick. And, he's very selective. He doesn't take a lot of people. But they're pretty organized with water stops, support. They deal with security issues. I don't know if that would interest you, but I mean, that's on New York streets. That's, it might be a little tougher surfaces than some of what we experience in the New York Marathon, but it's closer to you geographically than some of the other places we're tossing around.
Yeah. Ironically, as I said, the farthest run I ever did was on an indoor track The one nice thing about it, I mean, mentally it's excruciating.
Mhm.
But the one nice thing is, every runner set up a table. You had all your hydration there, all your food there, all your nutrition, your salt tablets, whatever you need.
Yep.
And you passed it every 250 meters.
Mhm.
There was no logistics to worry about.
True.
There was, because you're constantly turning, it really did a number on your IT bands. Because
Yeah.
the surface was flat and concrete, it was not great on your feet. I'm not really much of a trail runner, so I don't have
Mhm.
a lot of technical skill on trail, but I know you run trail, you get a little bit soft on your feet. I don't know. It was fine. I think I'll get 100 out of my system sooner or later, but I think
Yeah.
marathon's what I'd like to do. Although the last marathon I ran was New York and it was a disaster. So I kind of feel, it has a bit of a way of, if you approach it too casually or you're a little too cocky. It was my 4th in 4 weeks. I kind of went in and, it has a way of humbling you,
It does. Yeah.
So it
I
said, no,
realized
you're not taking me seriously. And it
Yeah.
made me pay for it.
Yeah. I've only had one full marathon DNF ever. And that was a wake up call to me that things can go wrong. We don't have any control over. I had major GI problems and couldn't digest Gatorade and all this. And so I made it to the 21-mile mark and I couldn't move. There was nothing left, and everything that was left, nothing would digest. And that,
Jeremy, you might be having hotel issues with your Wi-Fi there, or I'm having issues. I don't know.
that became the fuel for my fight.
Well, it looks like I'm the only one left here. I'll wait another minute to see if Jeremy pops back into the room. Unless somebody else wants to pop in. Although I don't even know if I have the privilege to enable people to join. Anyway, Jeremy, I don't know if you're ever going to watch this back, but certainly it was nice chatting. I was actually curious to find out about the Twitter group, the Run Chat that you're part of. But maybe I'll come across you another time here. And hope all's well. Anyway, take care.